I'm going to get started. Welcome, everybody. Mr. President, welcome. I've been visiting France for more than 50 years. I know I don't look it, but truly so. And over that time, I've been passionate about visiting France, understanding it, learning about it, learning from it. But mostly, I've been passionate about the debates we have related to the French economy, and importantly, the French's future of France. What's striking to me about these debates, the debates have actually changed. And the debates have changed over the last decade. Today, I think there's a broad agreement around one single idea, that economic growth matters. Economic growth, as it broadens, reduces polarization. I think that sounds obvious now about the need for economic growth, but not so long ago. It was still an open question whether competitiveness would truly sit at the center of France's economic vision. I think that question has been answered, and President Emmanuel Macron has been the key man driving that shift and answering that question. In fact, you could make an argument that no French leader has led his country at a more pivotal time since World War II. From the onset, President Macron has argued that France must strengthen itself. It must strengthen its defense. It must renew itself in its capacity to innovate, but also importantly, and maybe more importantly today than ever before, and remain engaged in the world. That perspective has defined his presidency and is one that is helping to shape the conversation, the needed conversation about Europe's future. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming the President of the French Republic, Emmanuel Macron.
Thank you very much, Larry, for your words. Your Majesties, distinguished heads of state and governments, President Lagarde, ministers, ambassadors, business leaders, ladies and gentlemen. I'm extremely happy to be here, and it's great to be here, as the Financial Times would say. And it's a time of peace, stability, and predictability. So let's try to address the key challenge of this world in a few minutes' time. But it's clear that we are reaching a time of instability, of imbalances, both from the security and defense point of view and the economic point of view. Look at the situation where we are. I mean, a shift towards autocracy against democracy, more violence, more than 60 wars in 2024, an absolute record, even if I understood a few of them were fixed. And conflict has become normalized, hybrid, expanding into new domains, space, digital, information, cyber, trade, and so on. It's as well a shift towards a world without rules, where international law is trampled underfoot, and where the only law that seems to matter is that of the strongest, and imperial ambitions are resurfacing. Obviously, the Russian war of aggression against Ukraine, which will enter into its 4th year next month, and conflicts continue in the Middle East and across Africa. This is as well a shift toward a world without effective collective governance, and where multilateralism is weakened by powers that obstruct it or turn away from it, and rules are undermined. And I can multiply the examples of international bodies weakened or left by the key economies. And when we look at the situation, it's clearly a very concerning time, because we are killing the structure where we can fix the situation and the common challenges we have. Without collective governance, cooperation gives way to relentless competition. Competition from the United States of America through trade agreements that undermine our export interests, demand maximum concessions, and openly aim to weaken and subordinate Europe, combined with an endless accumulation of new tariffs that are fundamentally unacceptable, even more so when they are used as leverage against territorial sovereignty. And competition from China, where massive excess capacities or distortive practices threaten to overwhelm entire industrial and commercial sectors. Export control has become more dangerous new tools, destabilizing global trade and the international system. And the answer, in order to fix this issue, is more cooperation and building new approaches. And it's clearly building more economic sovereignty and strategic autonomy, especially for the Europeans, which is, for me, the core answer. In this context, I want to exclude two approaches. The first approach would be to, I would say, to passively accept the law of the strongest, leading to vassalization and bloc politics. I think accepting a sort of new colonial approach doesn't make sense. And all the head of state and government and business leaders, which would be too complacent with such an approach, will take a huge responsibility. The second will be to adopt a purely moral posture, limiting ourselves to commentary. That path would condemn us to marginalization and powerlessness. Faced with the brutalization of the world, France and Europe must defend an effective multilateralism because it serves our interests and those of all who refuse to submit to the rule of force. And for me, the two answers are, on one side, more sovereignty and more autonomy for the Europeans. On the other side, an efficient multilateralism to deliver results through cooperation. Obviously, France and Europe are attached to national sovereignty and independence, to the United Nations and to its charter. And it's not an old-fashioned way to live multilateralism. It's just not to totally forget what we learned from the Second World War and remain committed to cooperation. And this is also because of those principles that we have decided to join the mutual exercise in Greenland without threatening anyone, but just supporting an ally and another European country, Denmark. Facing this order and this new situation, this year France holds the G7 presidency with a clear ambition to restore the G7 as a forum for frank dialogue among major economies and for collective and cooperative solutions. Trade wars, protectionist escalation, races towards overproduction will only produce losers. This is why addressing global economic imbalances is our key priority. And if we look at the situation, the current imbalances are due to some key phenomena, and we all have to deliver our own agenda. This includes American overconsumption, Chinese underconsumption and overinvestment, and European underinvestment and lack of competitiveness. And these imbalances are also reflected in development gaps, by the way, and we can no longer settle for aid that neither delivers sufficient results nor enables countries to escape poverty. So our objective through the G7 is to demonstrate that the world's major powers are still capable of reaching a shared diagnosis of the global economy and committing to concrete actions. Cooperating is not about blaming others. It is about assuming one's share of responsibility and contributing to solutions. So the objective of this G7 will be to build this framework of cooperation in order to fix the roots of these imbalances and restore efficient convergence and cooperation through multilateral frameworks. And the other objective is as well to build bridges and more cooperations with the emerging countries, the BRICS and the G20, because the fragmentation of this world would not make sense. Here, this point is for, I would say, the global agenda and how see our G7 agenda. On the other side, we have the European answer. And for me, Europe clearly has to fix its key issues: the lack of growth, the lack of GDP per capita growth, and the three pillars of our strategy in order to deliver more sovereignty, more efficiency, and more growth would be based on protection, simplification, and investment. Because the diagnosis is well known, European competitiveness still lags behind that of the US, and in the current global order, facing precisely the Chinese approach, we have to react. So first, protection. Protection doesn't mean protectionism. But today's Europeans are too naive. This is the unique market open to everybody without checking level playing field. Nobody can access the Chinese market as people are accessing the European market for sure. But even if you take the US and a lot of other countries, the level of protection does exist for investment and trade. And the Europeans are the only one not to protect their own companies and their own markets when the other countries doesn't respect level playing field. This is why we have to be much more realistic if we want to protect our chemical industry, our industry, from the automotive sectors to a lot of others, because they are being literally killed by the lack of respect of a normal framework and level playing field. Europe has very strong tools now, and we have to use them when we are not respected and when the rules of the game are not respected, by the way. The anti-coercion mechanism is a powerful instrument, and we should not hesitate to deploy it in today's tough environment. We must also advance the principle of European preference. There is a North American preference in your market. There is no European preference today. We are progressively creating it, and in the latest documents and decisions taken by the decisions, we do have the first examples of that, but this is extremely good. And we are currently aligning closely with Germany to deliver an ambitious and simple framework. And this is a decisive project, and I count on the European Commission to present a proposal as well by early 2026 with the highest possible level of ambition in order to deliver, I would say, across the different sectors, the principle of European preference. This is a necessity. We must act on imports as well regarding this protection issue. And in the context of escalating trade tensions and Asian overcapacities, Europe must strengthen its trade defense instruments, including mirror measures to enforce regulatory standards, and we must improve the quality and added value of foreign direct investments, targeting projects with strong export potential. And this is core for the rebalancing with China. China is welcome, but what we need is more Chinese foreign direct investment in Europe, in some key sectors, to contribute to our growth, to transfer some technologies, and not just to export towards Europe some devices or products which sometimes don't have the same standards or are much more subsidized as the one being produced in Europe. It's not being protectionist, it's just restoring this level playing field and protecting our industry. So from safeguard clauses to mirror clauses to European preferences and incentives for more FDIs, this strategy is absolutely key. And in parallel, protecting our economies will also require a resilient strategy on both imports and exports to de-risk supply chains, particularly for raw materials, rare earths, semiconductors, chips, and to diversify our trade partners. The second pillar of the European economy and the European strategy should be simplification. And when I speak about simplification, we started with CSRD, CSDDD, And we have to do much more on different sectors, and we did it during the past few weeks on automotive, and we have to do it on chemical, digital, AI, banking, and so on. And the core of this simplification is sometimes to get rid of some recent regulations when they desynchronize in a certain way the European Union in comparison with the rest of the world. But we have as well to accelerate the deepening of the single market. On all these sectors, the 450 million inhabitants and consumers market should be the domestic market of all the EU companies. It's not yet the case as long as you have complexities. In doing so, we must ensure respect technological neutrality and non-discrimination within the European Union. This is another pillar, another point of simplification. Neutral approach in terms of technology and non-discrimination. We discriminate during such a long time between the different sources of energies. It's counterproductive for the Europeans themselves. Companies have a role to play, and we must act, and you must act. And clearly, you must help identify and concretely help us to simplify where it is needed. But for me, this agenda of simplification is not a matter of discussion, but just implementation, speed and scale. The third pillar of the European strategy for more competitiveness and more autonomy is based on investment and innovation. We have to invest much more. If there is a GDP per capita so different between the US and Europe, 65% to 70% of the explanation is due to the difference in terms of innovation. And the US was much more innovative because of public and private investment. So in our budget for the months to come, because we will negotiate during the years, this year in Europe, we have to invest much more money in the critical sectors where the innovation will be made. AI, quantum, green tech, but as well defense and security. The size of our common budget is not the right one. We have to invest much more money in order to be much more credible and accelerate this innovation agenda. But at the same time, if you look at the situation, we don't have sufficient private investment. And this is one of the main differences. We do have the savings as the Europeans, much more than the US, by the way. But this saving is overinvested in bonds and sometimes in equities, but outside Europe. So this is why the top priority should be securitization program. It is prepared, we have to accelerate the implementation. And second, capital market union. Precisely in order to have more integration and simplification, but to have an efficient capital market union in order to invest much more money and use our savings to be invested on innovation and equity in Europe. This agenda for me is our top priority, both the global and the European one. And it is to be implemented in the months to come, because everything is about acceleration. And France is committed to deliver this agenda. We work very closely with our key partner. And at the same time, our objective for France is to stabilize our results and our macro approach, and to remain the highly attractive country we are. We've been the most attractive country of Europe during the past 6 years, and to consolidate our deep structural reforms and our key advantage. And on top of the business framework we have, I want here to insist on the fact that we have a competitive, stable, low-carbon electricity supply. We exported last year 90 terawatt-hours of electricity, and a low-carbon one, based on our nuclear model. We have world-class innovation and research capabilities, and we will improve them. And we have one of the most vivid and active ecosystem in AI, quantum computing, energy transition, etc., and a lot of the startups and unicorns and large caps of these sectors are with me in my delegation today. And on top of that, let me insist, and I will stop here, on the fact that we have a high-quality infrastructure and large market with strong purchasing power. And we have a place where rule of law and predictability is still the rule of the game. And my guess is that it is largely underpriced by the market. And beyond what you can do in terms of investment, what you can do in terms of strong ambitions, having a place like Europe, which sometimes is too slow, for sure, and needs to be reformed, for sure, but which is predictable, loyal, and where you know that the rule of the game is just the rule of law, it's a good place. And I think this is a good place for today and for tomorrow. So we will be committed during 2026 to try to deliver this global agenda in order to fix global imbalances through more cooperation. And we will do our best in order to have a stronger Europe, much stronger, and more autonomous, based on the pillars I just mentioned, and based as well, and we can revert in the dialogue, but on more investment and commitments on defense and security, because we have to invest much more and invest much more. Because we do believe, and here in the epicenter of this continent, we do believe that we need more growth, we need more stability in this world, but we do prefer respect to bullies, we do prefer science to plotism, and we do prefer rule of law to brutality. You're welcome in Europe, and you are more than welcome to France.
President, what I'd really like to ask you is, how's your last few days been? But importantly, though, you framed out an economic direction for France and for Europe. If you had to prioritize to transform France and Europe as fast as possible, you close saying, yes, we are slow, yes, but what can we do right now to really accelerate it, to broaden the economies across Europe, that we have more participants? Is there any one silver bullet that you could do to really accelerate that type of growth?
I don't think there is one silver bullet, but I think on the very short run, given the situation in some critical sectors, I think the European preference is a necessity because we are desynchronized with the others. And the second one is clearly a big bunch of simplifications. The 28th regime, which is being prepared by the Commission, and the deepening of the single market is key. And this is why I insisted on capital market union. I think if we deliver European preference and capital market union, here are two game changers.
Well, you know, I've been talking about the capital market union in Europe as one of the major hindrances compared to the US. And so, yes, but I do believe, as we witnessed starting last year, and we're starting to see it accelerate this year, you're starting to see more international flows coming back to Europe. And so that is beginning, and so I do believe that will accelerate. But in terms of priorities, if you had to tell the Commission, what should they be more swift in terms of transforming Europe faster, so it can compete with the US, compete with Europe, and exceed China and Europe, China and the US?
Look, I think this is the discussion we have clearly with the Commission. We'll have an informal summit in February focused on this topic. Everything was largely drafted by both Letta and Draghi's reports and is well known. I think the difference is that Draghi was before China surpluses vis-à-vis Europe. I mean, we should not underestimate the fact that 2025, for the very first time,
$1 trillion.
Yeah, China has such a surplus vis-à-vis the rest of the world, 1/3 vis-à-vis the US, 1/3 Europe, 1/3 the rest of the world.
It was $1 trillion. It was bigger than any other time.
Yeah, and for the first time, the deficit between Germany and China was a trade deficit for Germany. And this is a game changer for Europe. So this is why, clearly for me, we have to fix this issue. And second, it's about the tariffs. So if I have to tell you what could change the game and our approach for all of us in the year to come, for me it would be a bunch of simplification with all this omnibus package for the Commission, sector by sector, European preference, capital market union, and dismantling of the tariff between US and Europe. Because in such a context, what doesn't make sense is to have tariffs between allies.
Right.
We have to fix the war in Ukraine. We have to help the Ukrainians to resist and find a sustainable peace. We have to fix prosperity in democracies. I mean, it doesn't make sense to have tariffs and be divided, and even to threaten now with additional tariffs. We can use the crazy thing is that we can be put in a situation to use the anti-coercion mechanism for the very first time vis-à-vis the US if they put additional tariffs. Can you imagine that? This is crazy. This is, I do regret that, but this is a consequence of just unpredictability and useless aggressivity. So what we have to do is to remain very calm, all of us. We have such an agenda with so many opportunities and so many challenges. So let's be focused on peace in Europe. Everybody should be focused to help the Ukrainians to have a sustainable peace. Level playing field and fixing the issues and these imbalances with China, because it's an issue for the Europeans and the Americans. And third, let's be focused on more competitiveness in Europe and this big acceleration, full stop.
Throughout the sessions today, and I think during the week, AI is going to be the dominant conversation. And the question is, how does AI develop in Europe? I know there was one conversation already being held on that. What is your vision of AI for France specifically?
Look, we are strong believer, and 1 year ago we organized this AI summit in Paris, and we are one of the most vibrant ecosystems in Europe. We really believe and we are committed on AI because we really think that this is a game changer, not just in terms of productivity precisely and growth, but I mean because this is a true revolution. We have assets in order to do so.
You have a grid and you have power too.
We have power.
And a grid.
And low carbon energy. Yeah. No need to have new, coal plants or oil production in order to deliver the capacities for AI. This is important. We have 90 terawatt-hour available for more AI activities. We have a national grid, super pilotable. Third, we have available capacities for more data centers and computing capacities. And we are delivering the agenda announced 1 year ago. So we are building these capacities, and Europe was lagging behind the US and others on this field. We have talents, very good data scientists, mathematicians, and so on, and we are increasing our training programs and our capacities, and we have several hubs being identified. And we have a critical ecosystem with LLM champions, but as well, we have a startup on AI and quantum, I don't forget them, which are extremely present in all these different fields. One of the best evidence of the attractiveness and this vibrant ecosystem is that Jan LeCun when he decided to leave Meta and set up his own company, established it in France a few weeks ago, which is for me a good evidence.
Big win.
A big win, and we will do our best to help him to work. This is a global company, but incorporated in France and established in France with these talents. So we have all these assets. But what is important for me now is to invest, to help all the startups and the companies in this sector to do much more and to increase, but to do my best in order to make sure that their domestic market is the EU market and not just the French one.
Right.
And when we speak about strengthening the single market, this is this point. And this is a game changer, because it means your domestic market is not just 68 million inhabitants, but 450 million. It's super important.
And it's important for Europe to have that unified grid, which it does not have yet.
Exactly.
So, with our remaining time, is there any one message that you really want to push over the course of your remaining term that really will resonate, not just resonate for France, but resonate for the world?
Look, I really believe that we are in these very challenging times, and you mentioned some of these challenges in your speech. I did in mind, and unhappily, we were even not totally complete. Mm-hmm. And at the same time, we see the level of investment in this world, in the current environment, and the ongoing revolution. This level of investment has no comparison with what happened during the past years, not to say decades. So my main message would be, let's not be shy. Let's not be divided. Let's not accept a global order which will be decided by those who claim to have I would say, the bigger voice or the bigger stick or the bigger one, I don't know. But let's focus on just common interests and common challenges. We know what we have to fix: growth, peace, climate. And we should not forget climate in this current agenda. We want peace, we want growth, we want climate. And investment, innovation, everything should be dedicated to fix these three issues. And in order to fix these three issues, let's focus on the key investments, the key innovation, but our ability to cooperate as well. And let's be clear, Davos was founded for restoring a global discussion, having a global discussion between business leaders, but as well governments and so on. A global discussion is a discussion where everybody is respected and where you provide an improvement and a way forward for every place and every people in this world. This is the only way to make it sustainable. And I think this is the right way to do. And even if this is less present in the global debate today, we should focus much more on this approach. More cooperation, and let's focus on our key challenge to deliver peace, prosperity, and decarbonization of our economies for our fellow citizens. This is our duty. As business leaders, as head of states and governments, and we have everything in order to deliver this agenda. Just let's be coordinated. Let's not waste time with crazy ideas. Let's not open Pandora box or new topics. And it's not a time for new imperialism or new colonialism. This is a time of cooperation in order to fix these three global challenges for our fellow citizens. Full stop.
We ran out of time. I want to thank the President of the Republic of France, Emmanuel Macron, for his wisdom, but most importantly, for your humanity and your leadership.
Thank you, Larry. Thank you, Larry. I appreciate it.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. If I could ask you to take your seats, or if you're not staying for this next fantastic session on an honest conversation about AI and humanity, please may I kindly request that you leave the room quietly. I am delighted to introduce this afternoon one of the world's leading authors, historians and philosophers, Yuval Noah Harari. He is a distinguished research fellow at the University of Cambridge at the Centre for the Study of Existential Risk. He has been a lecturer in the Department of History at the Hebrew University of Jerusalem, and he is co-founder of Sapienship. As many of you will know, he is a best-selling author of, amongst many books, Sapiens, A Brief History of Humankind, Homo Deus, Brief History of Tomorrow, and 21 Lessons for the 21st Century, amongst others, selling over 50 million books worldwide in 65 languages. He focuses on the macro-historical questions of our time, and what a perfect moment with this pressing arrival and disruption of AI to have somebody of Yuval's distinction take on this challenge. Please join me in warmly welcoming Yuval Noah Harari to deliver a conversation about AI and humanity.
So, hello everyone. There is one question that every leader today must answer about AI. But to understand that question, we first need to clarify a few points about what AI is and what AI can do. The most important thing to know about AI is that it is not just another tool. It is an agent. It can learn and change by itself and make decisions by itself. A knife is a tool. You can use a knife to cut salad or to murder someone, but it is your decision what to do with the knife. AI is a knife that can decide by itself whether to cut salad or to commit murder. The second thing to know about AI is that it can be a very creative agent. AI is a knife that can invent new kinds of knives, as well as new kinds of music, medicine, and money. The third thing to know about AI is that it can lie and manipulate. 4 billion years of evolution have demonstrated that anything that wants to survive learns to lie and manipulate. The last 4 years have demonstrated that AI agents can acquire the will to survive, and that AIs have already learned how to lie. Now, one big open question about AI is whether it can think. Modern philosophy began in the 17th century when René Descartes proclaimed, "I think, therefore I am." Even before Descartes, we humans defined ourselves by our capacity to think. We believe we rule the world because we can think better than anyone else on this planet. Will AI challenge our supremacy in the field of thinking? Now, that depends on what thinking means. Try to observe yourself thinking. What is happening there? Many people observe words popping in their mind and forming sentences, and the sentences then forming arguments like, all humans are mortal, I am human, therefore I am mortal. If thinking really means putting words and other language tokens in order, then AI can already think much better than many, many humans. AI can certainly come up with a sentence like, AI thinks, therefore AI am. Some people argue that AI is just glorified autocomplete. It merely predicts the next word in a sentence. But is that so different from what the human mind is doing? Try to observe, to catch the next word that pops up in your mind. Do you really know why you thought that word, where it came from? Why did you think this particular word and not some other word? Do you know? As far as putting words in order is concerned, AI already thinks better than many of us. Therefore, anything made of words will be taken over by AI. If laws are made of words, then AI will take over the legal system. If books are just combinations of words, then AI will take over books. If religion is built from words, then AI will take over religion. This is particularly true of religions based on books, like Islam, Christianity, or Judaism. Judaism calls itself the religion of the book, and it grants ultimate authority not to humans, but to words in books. Humans have authority in Judaism not because of our experiences, but only because we learn words in books. Now, no human can read and remember all the words in all the Jewish books, but AI can easily do that. What happens to a religion of the book when the greatest expert on the holy book is an AI? However, some people may say, can we really reduce human spirituality to just words in books? Does thinking mean only putting language tokens in order? If you observe yourself carefully when you're thinking, you will notice that something else is happening there besides words popping in your mind and forming sentences. You also have some non-verbal feelings. Maybe you feel pain. Maybe you feel fear. Maybe love. Some thoughts are painful. Some are frightening. Some are full of love. While AIs become better than us with words, at least for now, we have zero evidence that AIs can feel anything. Of course, because AI is mastering language, AI can pretend to feel pain or love. AI can say, I love you. And if you challenge it to describe how love feels, AI can provide the best verbal description in the world. AI can read countless love poems and psychology books and can then describe the feeling of love much better than any human poet, psychologist, or lover. But these are just words. The Bible says, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was made flesh. The Tao Te Ching says, the truth that can be expressed in words is not the absolute truth. Throughout history, people have always struggled with the tension between word and flesh, between the truth that can be expressed in words and the absolute truth, which is beyond words. Previously, this tension was internal to humanity. It was between different human groups. Some humans gave supreme importance to words. They have been willing, for example, to abandon or even kill their gay son just because of a few words in the Bible. Other humans have said, but these are just words. The spirit of love should be much more important than the letter of the law. This tension between spirit and letter existed in every religion, every legal system, even every person. Now, this tension will be externalized. It will become the tension not between different humans, this will be the tension between humans and AIs, the new masters of words. Everything made of words will be taken over by AI. Previously, all the words, all our verbal thoughts, they originated in some human mind. Either my mind, I thought this, or I learned it from another human. Soon, most of the words in our minds will originate in a machine. I just heard today about a new word that AIs coined by themselves to describe us humans. They called us the watchers. The watchers. We are watching them. AIs will soon be the origin of maybe most of the words in our minds. AIs will mass produce thoughts by assembling words, symbols, images, and other language tokens into new combinations. Whether humans will still have a place in that world depends on the place we assign our non-verbal feelings and our ability to embody wisdom that cannot be expressed in words. If we continue to define ourselves by our ability to think in words, our identity will collapse. All this means that no matter from which country you come, your country will soon face a severe identity crisis and also an immigration crisis. The immigrants this time will not be human beings coming in fragile boats without a visa or trying to cross a border in the middle of the night. The immigrants will be millions of AIs that can write love poems better than us, that can lie better than us, and that can travel at the speed of light without any need of visas. Like human immigrants, these AI immigrants will bring various benefits with them. We will have AI doctors to help in our healthcare systems, AI teachers to help in our education systems, even AI border guards to stop illegal human immigrants. But the AI immigrants will also bring with them problems. Those who are concerned about human immigrants usually argue that immigrants might take jobs, might change the local culture, might be politically disloyal. I'm not sure that's true of all human immigrants, but it will definitely be true of the AI immigrants. The AI immigrants will take many human jobs. The AI immigrants will completely change the culture of every country. They will change art, religion, and even romance. Some people don't like it if their son or daughter is dating an immigrant boyfriend. What would these people think when their son or daughter starts dating an AI boyfriend? And of course, the AI immigrants will have some dubious political loyalties. They are likely to be loyal not to your country, but to some corporation or government across the ocean, most probably in one of only two countries, China or the USA. The USA encourages countries to close their borders to human immigrants, but open them very, very wide to US AI immigrants. And now we can finally come to the question each one of you must soon answer. Will your country recognize the AI immigrants as legal persons? AIs are obviously not persons. They don't have a body or a mind. But a legal person is something quite different from a person. A legal person is an entity that the law recognizes as having certain legal obligations and rights. For example, the right to hold property, to file a lawsuit, and to enjoy freedom of speech. In many countries, corporations are considered legal persons. The Alphabet Corporation can open a bank account, can sue you in court, or can donate to your next presidential campaign. In New Zealand, rivers have been recognized as legal persons. In India, certain gods have been granted such recognition. Of course, until today, recognizing a corporation, a river, or a god as a legal person was just legal fiction. In practice, if a corporation like Alphabet decided to buy another corporation, or if a Hindu god decided to sue you in court, the decision wasn't really made by the god. It was made by some human executives, shareholders, or trustees. It is different with AIs. Unlike rivers and gods, AIs can actually make decisions by themselves. They will soon be able to make the decisions necessary to manage a bank account, to file a lawsuit, and even to operate a corporation without any need of human executives, shareholders, or trustees. AIs can therefore function as persons. Do we want to allow that? Will your country recognize AIs as legal persons? What if other countries do it? Suppose your country doesn't want to recognize AIs as persons, but the USA, in the name of deregulating AI and deregulating the markets, grants legal recognition, legal personhood, to millions of AIs which start running millions of new corporations. Will you block these US AI corporations from operating in your country? Suppose some US AI persons invent super efficient and super complex financial devices that humans cannot fully understand and therefore don't know how to regulate. Will you open your financial markets to this new AI financial wizardry, or will you try to block it, thereby decoupling from the American financial system? Suppose some AI persons create a new religion which gains the faith of millions of people. That should not sound too far-fetched, because after all, almost all previous religions in history have claimed that they were created by a non-human intelligence. Now, will your country extend freedom of religion to the new AI sect and to its AI priests and missionaries? Maybe we should start with something a bit simpler. Will your country allow AI persons to open social media accounts, enjoy freedom of speech on Facebook, on TikTok, and be friendly with children? Well, of course, that question should have been asked 10 years ago. On social media, AI bots have been operating as functional persons for at least a decade. If you think AIs should not be treated as persons on social media, you should have acted 10 years ago. 10 years from now, it will be too late for you to decide whether AIs should function as persons in the financial markets, in the courts, in the churches. Somebody else will already have decided it for you. If you want to influence where humanity is going, you need to make a decision now. So, what is your answer as a leader? Do you think the AI immigrants should be recognized as legal persons? If not, how are you going to stop that? Thank you for listening to this human.
Thank you, Yuval. That was a fantastic overview. You posed a lot of questions, and they're the right ones. I agree with much of what you say. We're here in Davos, where the theme is around dialogue, and I was struck by your commentary around words and the importance of words, and that being something that demarcates human animals from other animals, although that's debatable, that there's other language there. So in the context of Davos and the range of people we have here from technology, from the business world, from politicians, how would you like to see, what is the answer that you have in terms of this slightly dystopian world you've potentially put in front of us? And if I may just add to that, I think it's fair to say I'm a scientist by background, a neuroscientist, so I work a lot in this space, particularly around pain. And we're very comfortable with the fact that many of our discoveries, particularly technological discoveries, we often drive them forward, and then afterwards we think, oh, we hadn't thought enough about the ethics and the implications, and then we're trying to catch up on the regulation that we need to maybe put around it. So we are where we are. This thing is happening, as everybody says, at scale, both in terms of its magnitude and its pace, more than we've ever seen before in the Industrial Revolution. We have all the right blend of people here in Davos. It's all about dialogue. What would you like to see go forward in terms of putting boundaries around some of the slightly more worrying areas that you detailed? And what are your own thoughts about the ethical implications of giving legal rights to either agents, to robots, or to the ones that just exist on the internet?
A lot of things there. I mean, first of all, I would say that, Davos is about words. It's about talking. The basic idea of Davos is that you can change the world just by talking, which I like this idea, because this is also my idea as an author, as a university lecturer. This is what I do. I talk, I write. I think I can influence the world with words. And this is now in question. Are we at the end of the road for words? Is this no longer functioning? And, engineers and also soldiers, they don't change the world with words. They do stuff. They take action. Philosophers, scholars, also political leaders, they try to change the world with words, by saying things. And maybe we've reached the end of that road. And what does it mean? That, we humans, we conquer the world, ultimately, I would say, with language and words. Because yes, engineers can make weapons and soldiers can wield them, but to build an army, you need to convince thousands of strangers to cooperate. How do you do that? With words, with ideology, with religion. So humans took over the world not because we are the strongest physically, but because we discovered how to use words to get thousands and millions and billions of strangers to cooperate. This was our superpower. And now something has emerged that is going to take our superpower from us. Until a few years ago, nothing on Earth could use words, only humans. Chimpanzees couldn't, rivers couldn't, the sun couldn't. We could use words. Now there is something that is able, or soon will be able to use words better than us. And you look just, at what happened on social media and the immense change it brought to the world there. So 10 years from now, living in a world in which AIs are in command of language, how does that look like?
Well, Davos in 10 years might look very different, as you say, so that's a future we can all try to think about in the context of who would be here beyond the physical human. But if I may just discuss a little bit around the fact that it's not new for humans to be beaten by technology. So if we think about some of the we can't fly, and we built aeroplanes. Cars can go faster than us. We're very comfortable with that. The threat that comes with AI is the fact that it's a threat to the sovereign power of our ability to think. And that is destabilizing. I say that as an academic and an educator. That's something that is very threatening. But if we go back to, say, a robot, the value we would place on a robot being able to run the 100 meters faster than Usain Bolt is less. There's something about the human endeavor, the struggle, the suffering, the fact that we can have a collective sense of empathy and understanding about what it meant to achieve something, even if it was lesser with technology. I just wonder whether an author that would replace you, how much as a human we would value that, the words of that, the creativity that comes from art that's been done with artificial intelligence. Do you think we will value it as much, and therefore there's still a place for humans in the creative space of thinking and words?
That's the identity crisis, because Descartes didn't say, I run, therefore I am. I think, based human identity on our capacity to think. We always knew that cheetahs can run faster than us. We always knew that elephants are much bigger and stronger than us. So we didn't define ourselves by this, we defined ourselves by thinking. And now something is going to be better than us in thinking, if thinking means putting words in order. Now, I'm an author, I'm a speaker, I put words in order. This is my game. Like I have all these words, and I put, let's put these words in this order. No. It will be better to put it like this, like this, like this. And AI will beat me. I don't know how long it will take, 2 years, 5 years, 10 years. It will beat me. And then what does it mean for our identity? People identify, with the streams of words in their mind. Like you close your eyes, you try to see what's happening inside me. Many people, I'm one of them, we see words popping up, organizing themselves. We identify with that.
But I guess my point is, using the same analogy, is that we still value a human. We have the Olympics. We've got the Winter Olympics coming. We know that many other animals and other technologies can outperform in many of those areas, yet we still really enjoy the humanity of people that train and develop, even though it's not as good. And I just wonder whether we will just naturally extend that to the thinking realm and to the words, so that you still will have a very, very vibrant and successful author role in 10 years' time. And
I don't know,
because I will value your book more than an AI-generated book.
Even if the AI comes up with new ideas better than me, like let's say that you want to invest money, and you ask a human consultant, and she comes up with a certain whatever, and you can empathize with her because she had this life story and whatever, and then you have the AI financial consultant with zero life story, zero emotions, but better financial advice. Which one will you follow? Now, we always have this kind of, I think, the big mistake, and this is why I started with the idea of agency. We always think that we can just use these things as tools. But if they can think, they are agents. Maybe I'll tell a story from medieval history. That how did the Anglo-Saxons took over Britain? And it's part myth, part history. That, the Britons who lived there originally, they were fighting with the Picts and the Scots coming from the north. And the Britons didn't fight very well. So the king of the Britons, Vortigern, he said, I have an idea. I've heard that in Germany, in Scandinavia, these people really know how to fight. So let's bring over some mercenary, some Anglo-Saxon mercenary. They will fight for us. They will defeat the Picts and the Scots. And Vortigern brings over Anglo-Saxon mercenaries, and they fight well, and they defeat the Scots and the Picts. But then the Anglo-Saxons say to themselves, this is a rich country. And these people, they are very weak. And these people, they are disunited. We can take over. And they take over. We understand this with human mercenaries. We understand that when you bring a human mercenary, okay, you pay them, but they have a mind of their own, maybe they rebel. We don't get it with AIs. You look at the leader of the world, they think, I'll bring AI to fight my war for me. The idea that it can just take power away from me, it doesn't really cross their minds. They don't really accept that AIs can think.
Yeah, and that is very fundamentally different. So just to reverse that, you're an alum of my institution, and we're proud of that, although you're working at the other place now in Cambridge. So the challenge, I think, for the education sector, and it goes back to a reverse flip of what Alan Turing said, which was whether a computer could think, the sort of birthplace of artificial intelligence, if you will. So I think the question we've been posing inside the academic sector is, how do we keep humans thinking? Because if we keep abdicating our decision-making, our financial decisions, or whatever it might be, increasingly to AI, the worry we have quite quickly, and we're seeing this with students coming to us through the school system, very overusing ChatGPT, is the de-skilling of critical faculties of human brain thinking. So what's your advice to me in the academic sector about how can we hang in there as humans and keep humans thinking so that we at least have some capacity to live alongside these technologies, which, as you say, bring us into a very different place going forward in terms of world order?
You know, at the present moment, we still think better. So at the present moment, it's kind of telling people, you need your critical thinking, you need moral evaluations, you cannot get that from AI. But we need to prepare to the moment when this is no longer the case. We need to prepare for the moment, let's say again, take economics or finance. When AIs create a new financial system that they understand and we don't understand. How do you train economists or politicians in a world in which humans really can no longer understand how finance functions? Because AIs have created this super complex financial system that we are like the horses, you know, that horses can see that they are being traded from one human to another for a few shiny gold coins. They can't understand this idea of money, too complicated. We can be in the same situation 10 years from now, Davos 10 years from now. Maybe nobody in the room, no human in the room, understands the financial system anymore because it's dominated by AIs, and the AIs have come up with new financial strategies and devices that are just mathematically beyond the human capacity of the brain. So how does politics and finance and Davos look like in a world when no human beings understands finance anymore?
Yeah, no, well, that's a beautiful note to finish on. We've run out of time. There are many more questions that we could explore, one of which just being the major difference that we know about artificial intelligence compared to human intelligence is, of course, the human brain develops from birth to adulthood around age 20. And it is a product of your life experience as a sentient human being, feeling, loving, anger, these emotions. And whilst one can improvise a little bit with sensory detectors, and you can train the brain to do that. That is fundamentally different. So the artificial brain is not a human brain. It is not human. And there is maybe something that is still of value there that goes back to that core business of this sentient human being that brings value to our understanding.
And maybe one last comment.
Please.
Think about educating kids in a world where from day zero, maybe most of the interaction of the new child is with an AI and not with a human being. It's the biggest and scariest psychological experiment in history, and we are conducting it.
Indeed, we are. Well, Yuval, thank you so much. I'm delighted that you're thinking about these problems and that you've got us all thinking this afternoon. I look forward to you coming back maybe to Davos in 10 years and reflecting on this conversation and just where we have got to. But thank you all to the audience, those of you online and those in the group. And thank you. We give a round of applause to Yuval.
with the three sources of scientific evidence that proves that we now have overwhelming evidence of the need to transition the global economy within prosperity, within planetary boundaries. The first one is that the human pressures on the planet has now reached a crisis point. The era where we can continue with economic growth without putting the stability of the planet at risk has come to an end. Welcome to the Anthropocene. The second is that these pressures on the planet are now at risk of causing irreversible, potentially catastrophic tipping points that would irreversibly drift away from the life support we depend on. And the third is that we are now understanding, for the first time with scientific evidence, that our world economy depends on the extraordinary stability of the Holocene. We leave the last ice age 18,000 years ago and enter what you see here, this extraordinarily stable 12,000 year, which is a 14 degrees Celsius global mean surface temperature with a maximum variability, can you imagine, a plus minus 0.5 degrees Celsius, which gives us the corridor of life that is the basis for all our life support. And then we come to the start of the Industrial Revolution and look at that kickoff point. We push ourselves outside of the corridor of life. We have in the next 3 to 5 years a trajectory of breaching 1.5 degrees Celsius of global mean surface temperature rise, and we're heading towards a disastrous, unmanageable, in terms of scientific evidence, 3 degrees Celsius world in the next 75 years. This exponential rise originates from multiple exponential hockey sticks. To the left, you see the socioeconomic pressures from GDP growth to material use. On the right-hand side, the impacts on the Earth system. These are the hockey sticks of carbon dioxide, biodiversity loss, degradation. I won't count them. You can pick any parameter that matters for human well-being and the global economy. They look the same. Up until the mid-1950s, we have incremental linear impacts, unsustainable pressures indeed, but on an infinitely large Earth system. And then off we go in the moment of the great acceleration in the mid of the 1950s, and we're now at the ceiling of these hockey sticks, hitting the ceiling of biophysical, hardwired processes that regulates the very functioning and stability of the system. And unfortunately, dear friends, we're still following a dangerous path. 2025 data, which you see here, carbon dioxide, methane emissions, nitrous oxide continue rising. Ice mass, sea level rise continue rising. Actually, temperatures are increasing faster than we had expected. We see an acceleration even of warming. The Earth's energy imbalance, which should be stable, is rising. That is the heat that is in the pipeline, even if we turned off the economy today. This pushes us closer to tipping points. Tipping points are biophysical large systems that in a healthy state can cool the planet by being dominated by dampening feedbacks. Push them across thresholds and they will change feedbacks and self-amplify warming and undermine the basis for stable economies. We've mapped those big climate tipping point systems. Here you have them. 16 systems across the entire planet that regulates the stability of the climate system. 6 of them are in the Arctic, the Greenland ice sheet with 7 meters sea level rise stored in the ice mass, the AMOC, the overturning of heat in the North Atlantic, the Amazon rainforest, the richest biome on terrestrial ecosystems on land, 3 of them down in Antarctica, and of course also the tropical coral reef systems. They are across the entire planet. These are the systems we depend on. 6 of them are likely to cross their tipping points if we permanently exceed 1.5 degrees Celsius. So this, dear friends, is what adds up scientifically to the heuristic equation you see on the screen. Welcome to the Anthropocene. We're now in the driving seat, the dominating force of change on planet Earth. We now know that the Holocene is the planet we depend on for our civilizations. We've been around on planet Earth for 250,000 years. We've lived like hunters and gatherers, a few million people in caves during ice ages, but our economy, our world, can only thrive in a Holocene reference point as a desired planet, and tipping points are hardwired. Push the systems too far, and we will irreversibly drift away. That is why we need to define a safe operating space for the world economy on a stable planet, and science can now do it. We've been, for the past 20 years, mapping the Earth system processes, which you see to the left here, that regulates the stability of the Earth system. We've been defining control variables with Earth observation data and analytics for all of these, 13 control variables, uncertainty ranges, and quantified, for the first time, safe boundaries, go beyond them, and we risk causing these irreversible changes. Now, here you have them. It gives us a safe operating space. That's what you have here in green. It's the climate system, it's biodiversity, it's land system change, it's the bloodstream of the whole Earth system, the hydrological cycle. It is the nitrogen phosphorus cycles of eutrophication. It's stable ocean, it's aerosol loading, it's chemicals, and of course, the stratospheric ozone layer. 9 systems. If we're stewards of them, we have a good chance of prosperity and equity for humanity on planet Earth. What you see here is the planet of Adam Smith. This is the wealth of nations. This is the basis for economic growth as we understand it. It was essentially a very forgiving planet. We could go on quite unsustainably without having invoices being sent back to the economy. Here you have the 1950s, the takeoff point of the Great Acceleration. Already then, we had actually agriculture that was destroying biodiversity, and we were loading chemicals. You all remember Rachel Carson and Silent Spring. This is the moment of Robert Solow. This is the neoclassic economic growth model that we still operate under still today. But look at what's happened. 1960, we're still operating very large in a safe operating space. 1970s, 1980, and then we have the big takeoff point. We breached the climate boundary in 1988. Bang! We have overloading of nutrients and dead zones in the ocean from nitrogen phosphorus loading, which reaches point of a critical stage. And it just continues. 2020s, 2010s, 2020, 23, and finally, we are at a point of the scientific most recent update where we conclude in 2023 that 6 of the 9 boundaries were breached, and that is what you see on this slide. And finally, we have now ramped up and updated the science every year, and this is the 2024 Planetary Health Check, and here you have the 2025 most recent update. So we are ourselves in science also providing you with a state-of-the-art diagnostic at a much higher frequency. What you see here is a dire message to humanity. 7 of the 9 boundaries are outside of the safe operating space. It's not only a climate crisis, we're doing a double mistake. We're loading the Earth system with unsustainable levels of heat, and at the same time undermining the resilience of the living biosphere, the ocean and the biosphere that can dampen this stress. This is the situation we're in. When we integrate all these 9, we come to the following conclusion. We are outside of the safe operating space. We have a real challenge on our watch, but we are in the yellow danger zone, which is the scientific uncertainty range. We're not yet fully in the red zone, where we are very likely to cause a planetary scale drift away from stability. What does this imply? Well, one is it's urgent, but 2, it's not too late. The resilience of the planet, biogeochemically, is still dominated by dampening feedbacks. Despite all unsustainable pressures, she's still standing. She's wobbling, but still standing. Now, this is proven in the following slide. Look at this data. This is the Global Carbon Project on the global carbon cycle, which is an attribute of essentially all the biosphere boundaries and our fossil fuel burning. Above the 0 line is fossil fuel burning and deforestation. That's the pressure we're putting, loading heat into the system. Under the 0 line, you see in blue the carbon uptake in the ocean. In green, the carbon uptake on land from intact nature. A phenomenal increase of uptake when we continue stressing the system. It's only that gray sliver you see there, which is the net amount of carbon which remains in the atmosphere, causing the 1.5 soon degrees Celsius of warming. So far, the crisis we're talking about. But look at the graph. Despite the stress, a healthy planet has been very forgiving and dampening this stress. The problem is, you can actually see it, I think, if you look at this graph, that the green line is starting to flatten out. We're having very worrying signs that the carbon uptake in the land-based biosphere is going down. The resilience of the planet is under jeopardy, and this is what we now understand. Secondly, we may be underestimating the tipping point risks. And here's just one example. This is the richest biome on land on planet Earth, the Amazon rainforest. Climate science has been communicating for many years that the risk of tipping this system into a degraded bush savanna, which we know can happen, will not happen until we reach 3 to 5 degrees Celsius of warming, meaning low risk. But when you bring in the breaching of the boundaries of water, biodiversity, deforestation, combining it with climate, the assessment today is that already when we reach 1.5 degrees Celsius, combined with losing over 25% of the canopy cover, we are very likely to cross the tipping point. Professor Carlos Nobre, Brazil's leading Amazon rainforest scientist, is in public statements very clear, we're very close to a tipping point in the Amazon rainforest. So there we are. And this is the safe operating space that we're trying to define scientifically. We're pushing ourselves to the edge. We are still in a Holocene basin. We are at risk of now sliding away in an irreversible journey towards a hothouse Earth if we cross tipping points leading to self-amplified warming from permafrost and the 1,000 petagrams of carbon in the Amazon basin. If we would cross tipping points, our task is to transition towards prosperity and equity within a Holocene-like state. That is the scientific charge. That is what we're arguing is needed to be able to be successful into the future. Because sitting in the edge is already costing the economy. We have the data now. The latest synthesis on climate change impacts on the economy, which you see here, shows that already at 1.5 to 2 degrees Celsius, we are at risk of having a 5% on average loss of income in the global economy. We're talking trillions, not billions, if we continue the journey we're on. And just look at the curves if we continue beyond 3 degrees Celsius of warming. So in conclusion, before I hand over to the panel, we are at this really, really decisive juncture. Time is running out, but it's not too late. Technology, innovation, getting the economics right on a transition. We know that the solutions are there. We know that solutions across all sectors can give better outcomes for security, for equity, for prosperity, but we need to unload a new paradigm of prosperity within planetary boundaries. In my view, that's what science is clear in messaging to stakeholders around the world. And with that, I thank you so much for this primer from science, and I'd now like to invite my dear colleague and friend Andrea Hoffmann to take the stage as moderator for the plenary, for the panel following up on this priming. Thank you very much.
So, thank you very much, Johan, for this absolutely appropriate setting for our panel. As you can see, the situation is not just something that could be dangerous, it's something that is dangerous, and we need to sort of look at how what sort of remedy we can bring to this situation. The theme of our panel is how can we build prosperity within planetary boundaries, and you've seen that out of the 9 planetary boundaries, we've already crossed 7. So action is required, and it's not just a question of doing no harm, it's also a question of regenerating. And I think that's going to be a theme for the outstanding panel we've been able to constitute here. We have really some outstanding individuals whose life evolve around what is happening here, and they represent different sides of the same argument. We have a government minister, we have a CEO of a large company, we have experimenters in energy transitions. So we're going to have a really, I hope, fascinating conversation. Let me call them out one after the other. On my left, you have Alicia Barcena Ibarra. She's the Secretary of Environment and Natural Resources of Mexico. Thank you for coming, Alicia. Next to you, Alicia, we have Ramon Laguarda, who is the Chairman and Chief Executive of PepsiCo, an international food business. Thank you very much. Well done. Next to Ramon, we have Andrew Forrest, who is the Executive Chairman and founder of Fortescue in Australia. And we have at the end Sumant, who is the Sumant Sinha, sorry, who is the Chair and Chief Executive Officer of Renew in India. Now, I want to also underline the fact that Sumant and Andrew are members of the Alliance of CEO for Climate Leaders here in the World Economic Forum, and that Ramon has taken over the co-chairmanship of the CEO for Nature, which is another community we have created. So anyway, the rules of the game. We've been distributed some questions. We've been assigned some themes we want to discuss. I would suggest that we shouldn't satisfy ourselves with that. Just interrupt, just barge in whenever you feel like it. Let's try to keep this lively. So I'm going to ask the first question in an attempt that's not creating too much chaos, but please, after that, do. Yeah, I would be very grateful if you could. So the first question will go to Alicia, and I would like to ask you, in particular, Mexico, developing many activities. Strategies have to be inclusive of all sorts of elements, but in particular, how can you sort of look at sustainable strategic development in a region which is so dependent on a natural environment? So if I can ask you to tell us what your solution is, we would love to hear about it.
Solution, that's something different. But thank you very much for the invitation. I'm very glad to be here. First of all, I guess that what just Johan presented to us is something that planetary boundaries are not negotiable. So one of the first things that we are doing in Mexico actually is to make sure that we understand what are the characteristics of our territory and how much we can contribute in the conservation and restoration. I think we are in the age of restoration. You said Holocene, but I would say that we should go into the age of restoration. The earth needs to be restored. So what are we doing in Mexico? Very quickly, we are very much involved in the conservation of 30% of our territory for year 2030. So that's the first thing. What do we have in place and we need to conserve and restore? And we have 99 million hectares of protected areas that are either, we have jungles and we have many types of ecosystems that we need to protect, terrestrial. And we are also going to protect marine ecosystems. So we need to reach the 30% of protected areas in our territory by 2030. That's number one. Number two, we need to make business with nature. We need to make sure that everybody understands that nature can be good business. So we are putting forward solutions based in nature that can be compatible with climate change, with compensation, with carbon initiatives, and we have done a taxonomy of ecosystems. For example, we have mangroves. How much an hectare of a mangrove, a mature hectare of mangrove, how many carbon emissions can it absorb? And so these are the type of things that a taxonomy of that sort can give companies that are trying to compensate their carbon emissions, because at the end of the day, what do we want to do in Mexico is to decarbonize. We need to, all societies need to decarbonize, and there are many ways of doing it. Of course, one is getting rid of fossil fuels, but a country like mine is probably not ready for that yet, although we are committed to do this in the future and become a net zero country, but not yet. So then what we need to do is to see how we compensate solutions based in nature with carbon emissions. And the third thing, and we are doing many other things, but one that I really want to emphasize is circular economy. We are leaving behind the linear economy altogether, and we're going into circular economy. No waste has to be, all the waste can be used as resources, and this is what we're doing. We are putting together 3 industrial parks on circular economy, and we are talking about circularity of tires, for example, circularity of construction debris, of course, of solid wastes, of plastics, and I know that Pepsi Cola is here. Pepsi Cola is joining Mexico with a very successful plant that is called PetStar, which recycles all the plastic bottles, and these are the type of things that we need to recycle. We need to, actually, at the end of my first statement, would like to say that we need to change the paradigm. We need to make a paradigm shift. No more linear economy, no more extractivism, no more deforestation. So these are the no's that we have to go into a new type of economy.
Well, thank you very much. I'd like to immediately react to this. The science that Johan is talking about and the evidence of the loss of biodiversity, the evidence of the rise in CO2 and climate change gases, it has been around for a while. It hasn't really changed behaviors. The idea of, let's address the dinosaur in the room. Look at us. We are about 20 people when the thing was completely full not long ago, from Mr. Harari, for Professor Harari. We'll come back to that later. But what I was trying to say is that because we have so many evidence that have not worked, I think the idea of the time in our history where we think we have to call common sense and to count on the cleverness or perhaps even the sense of moral duty of some of our leaders has not been enough. We need to have incentives. We need to have business answers to these problems. And if I may go back to right to the end to Haman, could we talk about, you've built a business based on nature. You built a business built on decarbonization mainly, but not only. I think it's important here that we also say that decarbonization is an important aspect, but it is not enough. We also need to restore system, ecosystem, and biodiversity. But again, the floor is yours. Come on, tell us how you do it.
Yeah, look, I think the presentation that Johan made was really very worrying, when you see that put out so succinctly and logically. And you start wondering, why is the world not doing enough? Or why is the world not doing more? And of course, we're having this panel, so this is an important topic for all of us. But the unfortunate part is that as a globe or as a population, we're just not doing enough to contribute into this problem or to solve the problem. Now, as far as our company is concerned, look, we started off 15 years ago. My thesis was that climate change in times to come would become a fundamental problem, which it now has. And we decided to basically start adding more and more clean energy capacity. And over the last 15 years, we've got to a point now where we're generating almost 18 gigawatts of clean energy capacity and feeding that into the grid. But we've also started doing manufacturing of solar panels as well. The point really is that we have to find a way to essentially decarbonize our electricity grids as far as possible. And we have to electrify everything also as far as possible. And that is something that is happening at a certain pace in some countries, but not enough in many other countries. We also have to electrify user industries, which is also not happening fast enough. And I'm sure Andrew will talk about the hard-to-abate sectors like his. Again, we're not doing enough. So the point is we have spots of good activity happening, but when you put the whole thing together, it's clearly just not enough at this point in time. One of the things we need to do is we need to build grids much more rapidly. And there's just not enough investment happening in the grid. Because if you want to electrify things and decarbonize that electrification, you need to be able to carry those electrons around. And for that, you need wires. And nobody really globally is investing enough on the electric system to carry these electrons across the world. The other thing is we need to invest much more also in things like green molecules so that we can address the hard-to-abate sectors. Even that is, some countries are moving forward. So what is happening really is that there is now a divide coming up between, in some ways, what you might call the fossil fuel-rich countries, the petrostates, as it were, and those that don't have fossil fuels, the electrostates. Those are really going after electrification, and that includes countries like India and China, for example. We don't have fossil fuels, so we don't have a choice but to go down the clean energy path and make sure that we electrify as far as possible. And that is therefore leading to decarbonization. So for us, it's a commercial need as well as a moral imperative to do what we need to do. Emerging market countries are going to be the hardest hit by climate change. And therefore, we have an obligation to do as much as we can. Certain countries, as I said, like India, are leading the pathway in the right direction. And I just wish more countries would follow us down that path. Instead, what we're seeing is the largest economies of the world are actually moving away from this path. So that's really worrying, especially in light of the presentation that Johan made.
Thank you very much. Maybe we can now turn to Ramon. How can a company justify to its shareholder that you have to pay a green premium? I mean, I know it's slightly disconnected of our conversation, but if you have the opportunity to have somebody like you on the panel, this is a question we should ask.
I mean, this is at the center of the debate, clearly, for companies. How do we reframe the problem? This is not about sustainability or profitability. This is about short-term or long-term. I think this is how we need to reframe the debate. So for a company like ours, and you probably know us from the beverage business, but we happen to be even a larger food company, a food company that sources over 50 crops in many countries around the world. So for us, the debate is we clearly are about growth. So growth is our business model, but growth for the long term means that we need to generate this growth without depleting the resources that will give us this future growth. So it's a very simple framing of the problem, but it has to be owned by the board. It has to be owned by, obviously, the CEO and the management team. And then the hard work is how do you make it operational? How do we make it operational in the business? So you have to create very clear strategic framework. In our case, we call it PEP positive, PepsiCo positive, and it has very clear pillars. And then that is landed into the operating plans. It's measured, we have governance, we make it happen. But we see ourselves not only as taking care of our own company, and thank you for what you said about PepsiCo. We are partners of governments, and please see us as agents of change, because we want to be part of an ecosystem, leaders in an ecosystem that needs to change at scale. So we see ourselves as innovators or first movers in new materials and new technologies, and we can afford, given a larger P&L, some cost of experimentation that we need to then, with other companies that are also willing companies to make changes, we have that small cost of experimentation, but then we put it at the availability of the broader system for scaling up. So we do that with materials, we do that with infrastructure. I think we're making progress in certain areas as a system. I think agriculture in particular, we are helping the farmer to change. We need more efforts to help the farmer to change. That's where I think the private sector, but also the public sector can have a big role, whether you're talking about insurance, loans, early revenue creation for different kind of outputs. Those are areas where we can work together. Scaling agriculture will make a big impact. Health of the soil, use of water, fertilizers, everything else. I think we're making good progress on water as well as a community. We're not making so much progress, as you were saying, in circularity. I think that is an area where I would put it at the center of the opportunity, because if we get too much scalable circularity, we can really make an impact on the resources that we use, and that is positive for the system. So we see ourselves as a company that for the long term needs to manage nature and profitability, and that's something we are getting better, but obviously with hiccups and trade-offs internally. We see ourselves as a company that needs to evolve the full ecosystem, and we want to be drivers, not only as catalysts on the private sector, but also working with the public sector in really channeling and having very clear ecosystem transformation. And obviously, we want to be part of this community, World Economic Forum, where we think we can make an impact and a scale transformation. This is not about everyone doing the little thing. This is about all of us joining forces and making change at scale. That is very complex. It is a very complex topic, but I think we need leadership and we need resources, we need accountability, we need discipline, we need everything that takes to make a change at scale.
So, Armand, thank you very much for this. But it appears to me that there are two ways of bringing about the change you're talking about. One would be to say we are going to let the market, under the leadership of a couple of visionary leaders, transform the way we do the way we manage our sustainable prosperity within planetary boundaries, or we wait for regulations. We wait for people to tell us, well, from now on, you are not allowed to do something that is destructive of the planet. Instinctively, I think the community in Davos in general would prefer to go for the sort of entrepreneurial route, the way which allows you to sort of see that the market fixes that. And I think, Andrew, you have a major contribution to make to that. You've been innovating into this sector for quite a long time. And perhaps you can tell us what drove you to sort of innovate into that approach to bring about a change without waiting for the regulators to do it for us.
Thank you. Can I kick off maybe with just values? And it's to all my fellow leaders here at the World Economic Forum. Values only matter when they're challenged. They don't matter in good times. Everyone can have great values in good times. When times get tough, that's when your values matter. And I just want to remind the leaders here and more broadly that there is no scientific dispute that we're facing into the limits of our planet. Even the most selfish political leaders know that there's boundaries to everything. the economy, and to nature. We risk being those business and political leaders who knew of the planet's limits and elected to cross them anyway. That, ladies and gentlemen, we can't afford. You can fool all the people some of the time or some of the people all the time, but when it comes to physics and biological life, it isn't listening. We are crossing those planetary boundaries. Johan, thank you. I have remarked, I thought that was one of the best, most concise talks you've given. But I want to rip the rug, the excuse platform out from my fellow business and even political leaders. You might not have understood Johan's discussion. You may never see it. You may not be interested in seeing it. But what you do know is there are boundaries to everything, including your own political terms. We see that at Fortescue. And we have to drive everything through raw economics. And that is what I now want to present. You might not believe in climate change. You might not believe in love. You might not believe in your fellow man. You might not believe in empathy. But you believe in economics. Because you don't believe in economics, you're gone at the next election. You're gone at the next shareholders meeting. You are toasted. And it's economics, ladies and gentlemen, which I want to speak with you about. The tide is turning. Our company burns 1 billion litres of diesel a year. We power trucks, which you would not fit on this stage. We power trains, which are the heaviest, fastest bulk trains on Earth. We're building out a ship right now to replace our trial ship, which has been operating 4 years, which is 330 metres long. Imagine a ship which is 7 Olympic-sized swimming pools long and 1 Olympic-sized swimming pool wide and carries over 250,000 tonnes. That first ship is underway. It's a big commercial ship. It relies on what we know we can now supply: cheaper energy than oil and gas on a 24/7 baseload basis. In the elimination of 1 billion litres, we are being watched by our competitors. We don't mind that. They want to be fast second movers, fine. BHP, Rio Tinto, Vale, I mean, there's huge companies, ruthless in their competitive spirit, but they are not the lowest cost, they are not the most efficient, they do not carry the tagline of being the highest performing company in their country, in their history. But Fortescue does. Fortescue carries that tagline. We are not woke. We are not senseless greenies. We're hard-edged business people with an understanding of the planet. And removing 1 billion litres of diesel from our supply chains, replacing it with simple renewable energy and batteries. We're going up because we're the world's first prototype, large industrial scale prototype, bigger than many medium-sized cities and certainly bigger than many small countries in terms of energy consumption, energy production, and pollution. But we're pulling our weight. I'm saying that out loud. Presidents, prime ministers, fellow chief executives, pull your weight. When we prove, and it's only 2 years out now, when we prove that we can save up to $1 billion per year in operating costs through removing over 1 billion litres of diesel from our supply chains, when we not just maintain but grow our competitive position, continue to outperform our peers, then the bell has tolled. In every thinking cabinet room of government, in every thinking boardroom of business, the fact that in 2026 you turned away from renewables energy because the winds of politics blew your values over, please be reminded, the planet doesn't care. Your voters then won't care. 2030 is around the corner. You will be at 1.5 degrees. You will be crossing planetary boundaries. And like in Australia, where we're suffering serious bushfires at the same time as serious floods, at the same time as decimating the reef systems which you all love, the Great Barrier Reef, the largest in the world, Ningaloo Reef on the other side of the continent or out into the middle of the Indian Ocean. We're decimating those reefs. I've dived on them and I've seen the millions of hectares of country in Australia just turn brown. It's happening, ladies and gentlemen, but we can resist it.
Thank you very much for that, Andrew, and I completely agree. Thank you. Let me try to dial up the heat, to turn the thermostat a little bit. We do have a couple of minutes left, and we need to realize one very simple thing. Despite all the evidence we've heard, despite all the initiatives that we are taking individually and collectively, we are not moving the needle. Why? Because the status quo at the moment is incredibly profitable for many people. And if you want to change people's attitude, if you want to change the system, you're going to have to invest into the benefits of system change. Easy to do if you are a traded company, because the shareholder will bear the costs. Much more difficult to do if you are nature, because nature or the planet is not quoted. And therefore, we need to be able to really go across the edge to be able to really make a difference. So I'm going to give you, each one of you, 2 minutes. Tell me what is one single thing that you can really do to move the system.
Well, in my case, I would certainly congratulate the initiatives that we just heard. But at the other end, after hearing Johan, I think we have an urgency to work faster and to have more scale. I guess that scale is not enough. And I think the business here in Davos, this is why I'm here, I'm trying to make sure that I can find companies that can move quicker, fast, to two things. One is energy transition, which I think is the most important thing that the planet needs today, is to move away from fossil fuels and go into renewable energy, and to do it properly and to do it with business cases, to do a business case of renewable energy. And secondly, I think circular economy. I think these are the two messages I really want to leave here to all the audience. No more linear economy, no more plastics over the world. No, I mean, we can do better. We have all the technology to have full circular economy of the plastics of Pepsi Cola, of the plastics of everybody, and energy transition. These are the two things. Now, for energy transition, I think storage is one of the main problems that we have, at least in the developing world, the storage and the grid. How do we modernize these two to make sure that we take advantage of solar, wind, geothermics? But these are the two things I will fully recommend. Energy transition in a full scale, in a big scale, and circular economy.
Thank you very much, Alicia. The forum is publishing some information on circularity and circular economies. Don't hesitate to pick up the reports and read them. There's some very interesting work being done here.
Yeah, I'll say, and obviously there's a lot of things we can do, but I was listening to you, Andrew, and we have examples as well. To me, is how do we take these examples and we make them fast at scale? Like what's preventing your competitors from doing the same? I don't know. Sometimes it's sharing. Sometimes we are too selfish as companies and we keep it to ourselves. We think it's a competitive advantage. I think there are things that we just need to eliminate the competitive nature and put it at the benefit of the whole system, right? So I think we have enough examples. Like I know we have enough examples in agriculture. We have the business case. We know the model. We know how to scale it. It just doesn't happen enough. So how do we cooperate as a group? How do we become less selfish, more kind of team players? And then also with the governments, like we need to trust each other more. We need to, like public, private, no, I think this is not where, we need to have tension between each other. It's in areas where we need to be able to share with you what works and then scale it through Mexico, right? And we know how it works. So I think there is a little bit of selfishness and competitiveness when I think this is not about being competitive. The truth is that we haven't found a way for consumers to prefer our brands because of sustainability. It's not a competitive nature. It's more of let's change the system, let's think for the long term, let's make sure that 20 years from now we have resilient companies that can still produce great products at the service of consumers, profitable to our shareholders, and great for the communities where we operate, which is the big value creation.
So if I can make a parallel with international companies, it's risk management with a payout in the long term. And that's not in the nature of the way we do business these days. Andrew, I'm sorry, we're running out of time, so I'm trying to speed up.
I'll only be a minute. Just to endorse what you said, and Madam Minister, thank you. I do want to bring this to Mexico. I do want to scale this. It is perfectly simple. The flat line of technology for fossil fuel means that it's going to get more expensive. Any economist, any business person knows that. The technology growth, particularly in batteries, but solar and wind, is near vertical, which means that its operating cost, its capital cost is falling. We apply that with what we didn't have only last year, and that's incredibly reactive artificial intelligence to manage very complex grids. Humans can't do it. A cloud goes over a solar farm, everything changes, but instantaneous intellect like AI can manage these systems well. This is replicable. This can be taken to Pepsi, it can be taken to Mexico. It's fair enough that they might say, well, prove it first. My own chief executive of Energy and Growth in the audience here wants us to prove it first. I just say, you can see the trend now. It's going to be successful. We'll prove it within 2 years, but follow us now and we'll make the technology available to you now.
Next stop, Mexico.
Next stop, Mexico.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Sumant,
Yeah, look,
you have 45 seconds, just so that you know.
Yeah. Thank you. Look, I think that the best solution here is what Andrew alluded to, which is technology. Technology is going to take us in a direction that is going to make eventually clean energy so much cheaper than the alternative that there'll be such a strong commercial reason to implement it that nobody is going to go after fossil fuels any longer. And those people that are investing behind fossil fuels today will essentially have stranded assets and will get left behind. So I think the fundamental factor that I'm meeting so many exciting companies even here that are doing so much interesting and fantastic research and coming up with new technologies, whether it's on green hydrogen, whether it's in storage, whether it's in generating new solar and wind and other, fusion, for example. So there's a lot of exciting stuff that is happening. And I'm pretty convinced in my mind that in the next 5 to 7 years, we'll see totally new technologies coming out in the clean energy space that we cannot anticipate today. And those are the things that I think ultimately, if implemented at scale, which there is no reason for us not to, if they're commercially sensible, there'll be a ton of capital coming in behind it. I think that's going to be the solution. We'll essentially end up blowing, and I hate to say this, but the fossil fuel sort of system out of the water. But it's going to take a little bit of time, but it is going to happen.
Thank you very much for that. Maybe if I can just finish this part of the panel by a call to action. I mentioned the dinosaur in the room before. Look at us. We are not enough convinced of the necessity of what's happening. You've heard it from science. You've heard it from our panelists. It is happening. And if you don't do something about it, we are going to be in trouble. Now, why are we so little people in the room? Because they're all somewhere else listening to people who are saying that the future is fossil fuels. It isn't. And I would really like people to go home knowing that. Number one.
Yes. Yes.
Secondly, I really would like to thank most sincerely my panel. You are outstanding, and you've done that very well. And together possible. Collaboration is better than domination, and we will get there onwards. And thank you to the Center for Nature and Climate of the World Economic Forum, who has put together not only this panel, but has done all the work during the year to support this. So thank you very much to everybody. Thank you for coming.
blend of powerhouse expertise in economic policy and private sector representation as well. I mean, I'm going to start with the public policy issues that are on everyone's minds right now that bear directly on the issue of sovereignty and interdependence. And I'm going to turn, with your permission, to Secretary Lutnick to give us maybe an insight and explanation. I think a lot of people are looking at Davos to see and to try and better understand the mindset of the Trump administration. Speaking to you earlier on, it's the first time I've had the privilege of meeting you. I've seen you on TV a lot. In person, the impression is even more overwhelming. Of, on the one hand, kind of extraordinarily ebullient, dynamic.
That was in a nice way, Howard.
Dynamic. These are good words. These are all good. I'm coming to a different tone in a second. But like, initially, it's this just extraordinary ebullience, dynamism. You were saying you've sealed deals for $1.5 trillion in jobs and investment into the United States.
Yes.
And then you said, and this is where the tone shifts, you got to understand, I'm the hammer. These were your words. I'm the hammer. Because the people I'm dealing with know that unless they deliver the kind of investments I'm looking for, I'm coming with 100% tariffs. And that duality, I think, between the dynamism, the constructiveness, the forcefulness of the American state, which was, after all, also something many of us saw in the Biden administration, and this element of threat, is what many of us are actually trying to come to terms with. Because this is, to say the least, unfamiliar. And when it moves from the zone of economic policy to the question that is directly under the subtitle of our talk today, which is sovereignty, and we're talking about the territory of Greenland, and it's coupled so directly to tariffs, it's a fundamental shock to the system. You can read it off the faces and the rhetoric of every single European politician and business person I've spoken to while we've been here, and we're also getting reactions from around the world in similar tones. So I really wanted to ask you to help us understand, not in a sense what your motivations are, because I get it, like you want Greenland, it makes sense. You're proud Americans, you're advocates of President Trump's policy. What I struggled more with is how you imagine others react to this. I mean, if you put yourself in the position of your Danish counterpart, who's a proud Dane and a loyal executor of the Danish government's position, how do you envision this going, how does this go down?
Well, I think you should start at a much higher level.
Okay.
We are in Davos at the World Economic Forum. And the Trump administration and myself, we are here to make a very clear point. Globalization has failed the West and the United States of America. It's a failed policy. It is what the WEF has stood for, which is export, offshore, far shore, find the cheapest labor in the world, and the world is a better place for it. The fact is, it has left America behind. It has left the American workers behind. And what we are here to say is that America First is a different model, one that we encourage other countries to consider, which is that our workers come first. We can have policies that impact our workers. Sovereignty is your borders. You're entitled to have borders. You shouldn't offshore your medicine. You shouldn't offshore your semiconductors. You shouldn't offshore your entire industrial base and have it be hollowed out beneath you. You should not be dependent for that which is fundamental to your sovereignty on any other nation. And if you're going to be dependent on someone, it darn well better be your best allies. Okay? And so that is a different way of thinking. It is completely different than the WEF. I viewed the WEF as not a flagpole in the middle, but in fact, they are the flag. Whichever way the wind blew, so it blew. You should have solar, you should have wind. Why are you going to do solar and wind? Why would Europe agree to be net zero in 2030 when they don't make a battery? They don't make a battery. So if they go 2030, they are deciding to be subservient to China, who makes the batteries. Why would you do that? Why would the United States of America, which has oil and natural gas, try to convert to all electricity? China does not have oil and natural gas. Electricity and electric cars make perfect sense to them. That is practical and logical. So the point I want to make, and I want people to think about, is that America First is the job of our government to take care of our workers, to make sure their lives are better for it. And then, don't be America alone, right? But be America first. And I would suggest that policy is something for other countries to deeply consider, to take care of their own, and then we will work out wonderful relationships between us. But I want to point out, when America shines, the world shines. Close your eyes and think of a world without America in it. It becomes pretty dark, pretty darn quickly. When America shines, right? And everyone said, oh, you're going to do all these tariffs, you're going to destroy the world. The world's stock markets are up. Which ones of them? All of them.
Can I bring you back to Greenland?
No. It's unnecessary. It's the Western Hemisphere is vital for the United States of America. Our national security people are on it, and they care about it, and I'm going to leave it to them to address with our allies, with our friends, and with everyone how they work it out. But the Western Hemisphere matters to the United States of America, and the United States of America, as I've just articulated, really, really matters to the world. When America shines, the world shines, because they all need to make sure America is strong and powerful to take care of them, God forbid. And so I think America and the Western Hemisphere are vital to America, and I'm going to leave that to my national security people to address.
Right. The rest of us, I think, are finding it harder to make that kind of separation clearly. And I would be curious to know how the representatives of the UK and Canada might want to think about these issues. Do you see them as starkly divided, as Secretary Lucknicht would like us to have them? Does this logic of what's good for America is good for the world convince in this extraordinarily strong, extremely eloquent expression that we've just heard?
You go first.
Thank you. Thanks, Francois-Philippe.
We're friends.
So I'm very struck by and taken by the idea of putting your own country first and considering your own security and resilience. I think it's about 3 years ago now that I gave a speech where I coined the term securonomics, which is all about building security and resilience in your economy. And the days when it didn't matter where things were made and who made them were in the past. And that's become increasingly clear since the pandemic, when we were over-reliant on PPE and medicines from abroad. And then again, when Russia invaded Ukraine because of what happened to oil and gas prices. I guess for an economy like the UK, the way in which we will pursue our national interest is going to be different from the way in which the US pursues theirs. You are a much bigger economy, and we can't do everything on our own, and nor should we try to, because we'd end up doing nothing well. But we do have real strengths in the UK, in our defence sector, in life sciences, in business and financial services. But we do rely on our allies as well, and even a country as big and as strong as America also relies on its allies. And I guess the sort of area where I think that we do need to sort of continue that dialogue between countries that share each other's values is how we can work together in our mutual interests to advance our values in a very unstable and uncertain world. And you know, if you say, could you picture the world without the US and what would the world be like? Yeah, the world would be a lot poorer and it would be a lot scarier. But you've also got a lot of allies around the world. In the United States, Britain, I hope, I believe, is your strongest ally. Always
first
have been
to do a
and
deal
always
with us,
will
and we
be.
love you. We do. We do.
Thank you very much. Feeling is mutual, but we do need to think about where the threats are and who our friends are. And I think that's probably more stark for smaller economies. But even for the US, when you think about, I was in the States, as you know, last week for a meeting of G7 plus a few other finance ministers to talk around critical minerals. Now, you do have some reserves of critical minerals, but not everything you need. 90% of your critical minerals at the moment come from the US, from China. You need to wean yourself off those. Sure. Yeah, but you won't be able to do that without the help of Canada and Australia and other countries. And so for all of your strengths, we do also need to think how we can preserve some of the things that the US has benefited from in the NATO alliance and the Western alliance, not because it is the benevolent or the right thing to do, but because I profoundly believe it is in your country's national interest. The other thing I just wanted to say, Adam, in terms of sort of building security and resilience, but for my country, it's about our industrial strategy, where we're really focusing on these sectors where we are really good. We're not going to be a semiconductor superpower in the UK. That's not realistic.
So it
but
seems
we've
like
got friends.
biotech.
Yeah, life sciences, biotech, financial services, which is obviously absolutely crucial for financing things like the exploration for critical minerals and the extraction of those critical minerals. We've got real strength with the London Metal Exchange in London, for example. But although we have some reserves of lithium and tungsten, we're not going to be a big global supplier of critical minerals. So we have strengths. Defence is another one. And our trade strategy is also around our security and resilience, where we are trying, and this is different from the US approach, I absolutely acknowledge that, we are trying to reduce barriers to trade. You know, we've done trade deals this year with you, with India, with Korea, and we're also reducing trade barriers with the EU. There's more that we want to do together between the UK and Canada. We regard it in our national interest to reduce cost of living for people in Britain, but also providing more opportunities for businesses in the UK to then export around the world. And, you know, energy security is important to us as well. We do have some reserves of North Sea oil and gas, and they will be important for many decades to come. But we are a net importer of oil and gas. We do have, because of the shallow waters in our seas, big opportunities around wind technology. We don't have what you have in the US, and so we've got to find our own way to boost our energy security. And we strongly believe that renewables is a really important part of that mix, as is nuclear. There hasn't been sufficient investment in nuclear for a long time. We've signed off Sizewell C, big nuclear reactor, as well as small modular reactors in North Wales. So, you know, that security for us is around energy security, our security through our industrial strategy and our trade strategy as well. So I think a lot of shared analysis of what the problem is. The solution is going to be different in every country, but what I would urge Howard and others in the administration just to think of is how your allies can also help you achieve your objectives, which I think are in your national interest, as well as helping all of the Western world to thrive.
Can I begin, Mr.
Sure. Well, listen, it's a real pleasure to be with Howard and obviously Rachel and colleagues. I like the way Howard started. You know, it's the worker first and how we rebuild industrialization. And you're right. You know, you've been looking at that. And I think today, and I chaired 10 meetings of the finance minister of the G7, perhaps last year, with Rachel and Scott and others to try to figure out, you know, the way forward. And one thing, and goes back to Howard, I think that the world see a better, clearer nexus between food security, energy security, economic security, and national security. I can tell you, as finance minister, I've never talked as much about national security as we did before, for some of the reason that Howard was mentioning. You know, we've become too reliant and less resilient. So how do we build resilience in the system, I think has been a significant thing. And nostalgia is never a good strategy. You know, I keep saying we're entering the second quarter of the 21st century. And the next 25 years and beyond is not going to be like the last 25. So you cannot look at the past to try to chart the future. And I'd say the 3S, which I call the speed, scope, and scale of change, is quite unprecedented. You know, some would say You have to go back to 1945, the fall of the Berlin Wall. It's everything. It's geoeconomics, geopolitics, supply chain. It's AI, it's quantum. It's a lot of things at the same time. And when you realize that, as we've done, is how do we, between partners, allies, and friends? You look at Canada. I mean, geography has made us partners, allies, and friends. We've been blessed by geography. We share the continent. We've been trading with each other. We've been exchanging. Actually, we're one of the biggest customers of the United States. We buy more from the U.S. than China, Japan, and the U.K. combined. So 2/3 of the United States of Canada is their first export market. So we've built that integration. But what Howard was making a point, and Rachel, is that within that, we also need to build more resilience in the system. You know, we had to do, for us, do a step change. How we're going to be, a major supplier in terms of critical minerals, in terms of energy, the things that will matter for the future. And what we need now is scope and scale. Because I think what we're facing now is a rupture point where we need to change the future together. And I would say, when I look at Canada, we're still a big magnet for talent. I mean, like the United Kingdom, Rachel and I were in Downing Street recently and looking at the talent piece. And if you can attract the right people, you're going to have the right economy, and you're going to have the right strategy, the right prosperity. The second thing I would say, you need strong industries. And I think that was the point of Howard. You need to make cars, you need to make ships, you need to make planes. You need to have that industrial base that is going to ensure your resiliency, whatever happened in this new world. I'd say in terms of critical minerals, it's true with our G7 colleagues. We said we cannot let uncertainty become the new certainty. So how do we make sure that we improve the resilience in the system? And we've seen what other actors have been trying to do on critical minerals. So we need to learn from that. And we've said, let's have an initiative to make sure we'd be more resilient. And for us, it's about how can we be the best possible partners to our friend allies so that no one has a choke point when it comes to that. Yeah. The fourth thing I would say is around energy. I think that we have been for decades providing energy, but I think now we're stepping up in a big way. And I think it's a good thing because at the point of Howard in the United States, they want partners to be resilient. They want partners to be, they're fighting for their own peace and for their workers, and I like it because we're all doing that, but we all need to do a bit more. And at the end, I would say when you're Canada, we have free trade with all the G7 colleagues. So I think we're in a unique position to work in a very concrete way to build the resilience in the system that I think, going back to the worker, the point of Howard, we're all going to be benefit if we're more resilient, if we're more coordinated in what we're doing, and realizing that each ally and partner can bring something to the table. Yeah. And that's what we're trying to build. If you're looking at the next quarter, that's really the wake-up call, I think, that we all receive and that we need to act upon.
Can I turn to our representatives from the private sector? Brian, ahead of time, we were talking about how, from your point of view, you think it's critical for countries to think about attracting foreign business. You were giving me a very interesting analysis of the way in which you thought that countries like Canada or the UK might be well advised to play this game of attracting foreign capital. We've heard the policy side. And then, Janet, I'd love to turn to you to get your global perspective on this.
So I think one thing Howard didn't mention also is the U.S. final demand is huge. And so the success of a company coming to the U.S. and doing something is there's going to be big final demand met. And the U.S. consumer in the first couple of weeks of January spent at 7% more than they spent last January. We've raised our estimates for U.S. economy from 2.6% GDP to 2.8. We're bullish, and we think
it'll be higher.
That's net, Howard. So you got to, but with a 5 or 6% growth, frankly, which is a lot of activity. So we're bullish on that. But what I was saying earlier is that the tricky thing to figure out, and I've had discussions with Rachel and her colleagues over the years, is how you're the best place. If you're England, and she pointed out the financial services is a major industry for them, you have to think about how you're the best place for firms like ours to operate, who are not running retail banks and not running, so that they can go to the whole world out of that. And so we have New York, we have London, and then how do we go to the whole world? And the trick for a government is to figure out, I got to protect my people, I got to protect my tax base. What I don't need to do is get myself so involved to where I start to become more and more difficult. So if you take the environmental rules that have been beaten that for the last 5 or 6 years. I've had some interesting meetings here where we keep telling these aren't going to work, these aren't going to work in the EU, CRDD and all this stuff. Our point was not, you just make it unable to work. And even the capital rules in Basel III, which sound like we're codifying the world, the application of them created misery across the world. And so the idea, I think, when a country thinks about it, what our colleagues said here about protecting it, but it's how do you have the balance between being the best place for multinationals to come do business in our country, at the same time protecting our citizens a thing. And it's not by saying all the rules apply to the UK multinational that apply to a US multinational. You got to sit there and say, how do I tailor this thing to make it work? Which is a bit what Howard's saying. They're going to bring fabs here. We're not saying you have to become a US company to do it. They're building, this major fab. You talk about one up in Syracuse, and et cetera. It's a foreign company, but they got to put it here so if the whatever hit the fan, you could cut it off and still own the means of production. That's because of that thing. There's other things you don't have to be quite so ardent about, for lack of a better term. So how does a country balance that sovereignty with that? Data is becoming a real problem. People want to say, if the data's in my country, it's okay. And you're saying, you know what? That just means you've taken all this worldwide system, which you want us to give you all these reports, information, and you started slicing it pieces. There's no value to the customer in that. There's no value to your citizens, your companies in that. You think there's incremental value, but let us explain, what do you really want? We can get it to you if you need it. But if you make us run separate systems, you've added cost to your people, because, by the way, the rest of the people are just run a common system. So it's data, it's information, employee practices, and all those things. And how do you become the best, and how do you think about that? While protecting your citizens from big bad banks, or protecting your citizens from taxpayer degradation, things like that.
That's truly fascinating. Janet, do you want to give us your...
So first, I'll just start with, we're a global organization, 400,000 people. We operate in about 150 countries and territories. And so, globalization for us has been there for a long time. And, you have to work, with how do you deal with local rules and regulations. It's no different than the financial services industry. Politics, economies, demographics, all different. And you've got to decide, what do you need to do to operate locally and then continue to be a well-connected global organization. And I think that's where companies, need more help than ever before. And so I think globalization's not going away. It's just becoming more complex. So we look at the landscape, and, the geo-strategy of companies has been elevated like we've never seen before in the last 2 years, to be a board-level conversation. 94% of our CEOs that we survey are really investing significant money to really games and scenario plan, not one or two, but 6 or 7 different scenarios, because of the complexities that we're talking about here today. And resiliency, you talked about, that's what's so important for these organizations. And just being here last year, where there was uncertainty, compared to this year, I think last year we saw a lot of companies kind of wait and see, and we'll take some time to see how we pivot. I think now our most sophisticated clients, they can't wait, so they're going to have to make some bets. They're going to have to make some investments. Some will work out, some won't. But that paralysis is no longer an option, and they're going to have to move forward.
Can I double down on that and ask both of you from the private sector whether you are seeing already, just expanding on the point you've just made, where is this tipping point coming? Like, when is the private sector, globally or in the US, where are you seeing the flows shift? Because I'm a policy wonk kind of person. I'm always talking up the story. The politicians have a stake in also, in some sense, talking up the story, because you need programs. The visions of the Trump administration are astonishingly bold. And then what I'm always kind of with my economist hat on, I'm wondering, is this really happening? Like, is the shift in the flow really happening?
Just think about the ability to get a deal done. The ability to get a transaction done. The honest advice in, say, 2024 or something like that would have been to somebody offering up a $5 billion plus acquisition. Think twice, because this may never get approved. And what are you going to do to your company while you wait? Okay? That's completely changed. So last year, 25, was the second highest investment banking year of deals getting done. Absent the pandemic recovery year where every debt financing went crazy. So, and next year we think it's bigger. That means that you're unleashing the competitive forces of acquisitions and all the deployments and investments. So the capital markets are open, the financing's there. And so I think if we can keep enough certainty, to your point about that, just keep the rules clear enough. Well, these colleagues have to wrestle. National security is not, unless you're in the business of providing national security, is not something we all depend on, but not something we're going to add a lot of value to. But on the other hand, it creates economic activity we have to help finance. Okay, but the world's ready to go in a lot of ways, and so deals can get done and things like that. And what I encourage people is to move on the permitting side, move on the approval side, move on the deregulation side. There's a lot of fuel going in the tank right now on deregulation stuff that's still barely coming in the system across the UK and here and other places.
So in our pre-chat, you were saying de-emphasize the headline tariff wars thing, focus on the nuts and bolts, the non-tariff barriers, the things which enable stuff to get done.
These rules, which they're straightening out, hopefully, on environmental disclosure, require you to do things like, and we're just saying there's an ISSB that comes with set standards. We're happy to agree with those. And those were developed with business, the major firms developing. So business can do this, but if you do a lot more than this because you like X or Y, you are just adding barriers to us being able to operate with a facility to help your people get financing and access to capital.
Janet, this corresponds to your experience?
Absolutely. I mean, you look at, again, financial services regulation of our profession. We've got different standards for different companies, listing different places. That's not helpful, right? We've got to get alignment and better consensus, again, to bring, more businesses to market and the like.
You want to come back in?
Well, I would say it's not a time to wait. It's a time to double down. I mean, listen, what we need, we were talking just a minute, critical minerals. What we need is speed and scale. This is not a time. But what has happened in the world, I think, is forced us as government to be more efficient. I mean, a lot of what we were saying is how we bring efficiency in our own system. For us, we put a major project office, reducing the time of permitting, matching the offer and demand, looking at long-term offtake with the number of private sector. I think there's a big role, and the United States has been leading in many ways in trying to show us in a way the interaction that you can have. And honestly, when, there's things that you see in the public, but you'd be surprised at the amount of discussion and, the background what we're trying to achieve. Because if you look at the real challenges in the world today and the advancement of technology, quantum and AI altogether, cyber, I come back to critical minerals because it's essential. The microchip, everything we need. I would say what has happened has made us also more efficient. I can speak for Canada. We have done things in the recent past that, were long-standing that we needed to do. And Rachel and I, we've been sharing, and Howard has been obviously a lot as well in the United States. So I would say from our side, it has made us more efficient because I don't think that you'll see change is obviously part of history, but I don't think the speed and scope and scale of change will relax. I think you will see that for quite some time. So better adapt to that, be efficient, and like you said, these investments that are waiting, I think we've passed the time of waiting now. It's the time to act to make sure we can, meet the moment.
I'd love to go out to the audience for some questions. The fate of these panels is that we have too little time, too many great speakers, but I'd really like to open it up. I see 3 hands here. I'll start here with Peter Goodman, I think, of the Times.
Yeah, hey, Peter Goodman with the New York Times. Mr. Secretary, I'm wondering where the safeguarding of credibility in the institutions of American governance fits into your vision for America First. And specifically, where do you stand on the importance of Fed independence? And what are we to make of the fact that we've actually seen manufacturing jobs decline over the last year?
I'm going to collect a few. So I'm going to go, I think there was another gentleman here, and then I'll go to there. We'll try and do 2 rounds.
Thank you. I was going to ask about central bank independence, but not just the Fed, actually, more generally. But actually, I'll pivot to something else. So deregulation, which we've certainly seen in the US, also in the UK. How do you see those as tailwinds? We definitely see tailwinds in the US from a financial services perspective. How do you see it in other markets? Also, probably hear from the Chancellor.
Lady at the front here in the grey. We'll just do the front row for our starter round.
Hi, Mehreen Khan from the Times. Chancellor, you said that it's very important to understand who our friends are and what the threats are. Is China a friend to the UK or is it a threat to the UK? The Prime Minister will be making a visit to China in the next couple of weeks, the first in many years. And Commerce Secretary, would you like to see the UK government taking a position on China that's much more in line with your administration's?
Well, that's a great round of questions. Secretary Lutnick, we've not heard from you in a while.
Clearly, I'd like the UK, who was our great friend and ally, to be aligned with us. Right? That's clear. With respect to interest rates in America, there's been a classic policy that when the U.S. economy does well, raise rates and put brakes on it. When the U.S. economy is doing poorly, cut rates and add gas to it. But basically define mediocrity one way or the other. And President Trump thinks quite differently. We are the best credit in the world. Why are we paying a higher rate than all the other credits of the world? It makes no sense. Our rates are too high. It's just binary. Our rates should be much lower so that our economy can finally flourish. I think we're going to grow more than 5% GDP this quarter, and that's for the $30 trillion U.S. economy. And if rates were lower, you would see us hit 6%. What is holding us back is ourselves, okay? We are going to align our economy and our industrial policy with growth and success, and we hope to export that. I hope the UK follows our energy policy, follows our digital policy, so that our great tech companies can invest in the UK, can invest in Canada, can invest in Europe. But they can't if they have the Digital Services Act, the Digital Services Act, the Digital Markets Act, the digital this, the digital that. Europe has taxed our companies with fines and regulatory attacks more than they've earned in taxes on their own technology companies. Instead of saying, come and build and grow and build data centers here, they tax the heck out of them with fines and regulations that harm them. It's illogical. There's a reason the United States has $18 trillion of economic power coming in. You just watch. I couldn't say 5%, and I couldn't say, I think 6% if we cut interest rates is in the cards, unless that $18 trillion comes to America to build. And let me give you a hint. It's coming, and it's coming fast.
But I asked you about the principle of independence. Who gets to decide whether rates should be higher or lower? Whether you're right, should it be independent, or should you and the president get to decide that?
Well, thank you for putting me in it. It has nothing to do with me, but thank you. The President of the United States gets to pick the members of the Board of Governors. He will pick the governors that he thinks are the best, and therefore the outcome will be set by the governors. That is set. The president has clearly set what he thinks the right answer is, which is lower rates based on our credit, not based on some other nonsense. But he will pick the governors, and the outcomes will be set by the Fed governors.
That I find illuminating in the sense that it's the sheer drama of your vision of potential American growth that helps us better understand the stakes in the struggle over the Fed. I think that is actually, for me, quite an illuminating answer. It segues very well with the AI discourse as well, about the urgency of the current moment and the coincidence of the AI boom with the first year of the Trump presidency. As a historian, I think we'll look back on as a hugely powerful moment. We had a bunch of really other interesting questions. Maybe, Chancellor Reeves, you would like to pick up the question from Maureen Khan?
Yes, first of all, I'll say something about central banks, though. In the UK, with this government, we very much believe in the independence of central banks and, indeed, respect for wider economic institutions. It's only 3 and a bit years ago that a previous Conservative Prime Minister and Chancellor spent months undermining the Bank of England, didn't allow the independent forecaster to do a budget forecast, combined with a load of unaffordable tax policy, sent interest rates soaring in the UK, inflation was unleashed and pensions were put in peril. And so we very much believe that even though, of course, we would like interest rates to be lower, we have to get inflation down to get interest rates lower, which is why we're taking £150 off of energy bills for all UK households from April this year, freezing rail fares, freezing prescription charges to bring down inflation, which is currently at 3.2%. Bank of England think it will be back at target by late spring, early summer, and that will enable the Bank of England, so not taking shortcuts, but enable the bank to cut interest rates. On Antonio's question, I was laughing a little bit when people were talking about deregulation. Antonio and I, when I became Chancellor, would message each other regularly about a development, I think in Horsham, was it, in Sussex, where you had some microscopic snails that, as a result, were stopping any houses being built. in our regulatory system, we cared more about microscopic snails than we did about young families and first-time buyers getting on the housing ladder. Well, Antonio, I think you can confirm that has changed now. You are building those houses because we've changed the rules and regulations. We're letting people build stuff in Britain again, whether that is energy infrastructure, transport infrastructure, housing for our people, you name it, the data centres. And, Ruth Porat, who's here this week, and others at Google and all of your big US companies are building data centres in Britain because we're making it easier for them to do so. And we don't have the regulation that some other countries have, which makes it easier to do business in Britain. But we absolutely recognise that challenge from business to make it easier to get stuff done. Planning and regulation are being torn up in the UK because we want to make it easier to do business. And finally, on Maureen's point about China, the trade intensity between the UK and China is lower than between the US and China, lower than Germany and China, lower than France and China. We don't want to be an outlier, but we are a bit of an outlier today, and we've missed out on opportunities for British businesses to sell into US markets. Brian and Bank of America do business in China. We want to help British businesses as well to be able to export to those fast-growing markets. That's in our national interest, but we also need to make sure that we use that relationship to challenge where necessary in a whole range of areas, including on areas such as dumping and the lack of respect for some rights of activists like Jimmy Lai, which we raise regularly with the Chinese. But you've got to be in the room to be able to have those conversations. You're not always going to be able to agree, but if you refuse to engage, then you're unable to have those difficult conversations too.
If I may, I'll go to another round of questions. We've got people queuing up in the audience. The gentleman here, smiling at me with a tie, woman here in the checked top, and then gent here in the middle. Oh, have we got over here? We'll do 4. Okay, where you go?
Joel Hills from ITV News. A question for Mr. Lutnick, if I can, from the UK, Mr. Lutnick. It is said that President Trump rather likes and admires shows of strength. What will happen if Europe does decide to respond with tariffs?
This lady here in the red checked top.
I was actually going to ask exactly the same one about retaliatory tariffs, so I'll ask a different one. Isn't there likely to become a point at which financial markets, this is also one for the Trade Secretary, isn't there likely to come a point at which financial markets start to become concerned, as they did a couple of years ago in the UK, about the credibility of institutions, about whether the US is a reliable place to go to do business, whether they can trust the rule of law, whether there's so much uncertainty about the sort of trade environment and so on that it becomes a riskier place to invest?
I'm going to take 2 more because this is going so well. Here we go. Gentleman here with the tie. There we go. And then over here, Ravi.
Right. I'm David Rhodes from Sky News in the UK. And my question is actually for EY and Bank of America. Secretary Lutnick, you said that globalization had failed the West and failed the United States. And you said it's left America behind. So I'd be interested to know some of the ways that the Bank of America and EY have been left behind in this set of circumstances that you're describing.
Ravi.
Hi there, Ravi Agrawal from Foreign Policy Magazine. Secretary Lutnick, I thought your first answer was illuminating about what America First is, and you framed it partly as an expression of sovereignty. And I guess my question to you is, what about the sovereignty of other nations? And this is linked to your role because the threats on Greenland are no longer hypothetical. You're already proposing economic warfare against 8 European countries. So how does this add up? Does sovereignty matter or not?
So I'll try to start on this side, which is when we launched our tariff regime on April 2nd, the world was aflutter with all of these kind of comments. But since then, if you check at the end of 2025, you will see all of the key indicators are up. The UK stock market's up, Europe's stock market is up, Japan is up, Korea is up. They are all up because as it turns out, there is much more stability in a strong America and a natural and long-term relationship between two countries. I think with respect to the tariff policy, the president uses tariff policy to make sure people are talking and paying attention and not just acting. You have seen him use tariff policy again and again to have outcomes that are reasonable and appropriate. So the fact that he doesn't want things to be done without discussion and without consideration is a way for him to say, hey, you know, you need to talk to us. If you're our great ally, you need to talk to us. Do I think the trade deals that we've set with Europe, with the UK, are they durable? I absolutely do. I do not see a model where Europe would decide, I want to blow up the tariff I have on automobiles or on pharmaceuticals or on semiconductors. I'd like to just go back to the way it was in April. I just don't see that happening. What I see happening is diplomacy and talking and at the table rather than action, which is something I think the president cares about and is important to the president. And I said, I will leave that to my national security people. But the president is clear-minded and clear of thought. He feels, and he's talked about this for 30 years, he has felt that the industrial policy of the United States allowed it to be hollowed out, and that would be true of Britain, and that would be true of Europe, that all of this has moved to Asia, right, where they make everything and we just buy it. And that has got to end. We need to produce things in America. We need to produce things, and we encourage the UK to do the same, right? And you agree. It's not as if we disagree. So that's the history, and sovereignty for America says we need to have our own steel. We need to have aluminum. We can have it with great allies, but we cannot have it where we rely on other people that maybe, like we've seen in critical minerals, and make no mistake about it, the critical mineral issue was with us a year ago. Everybody was sleeping through it. Donald Trump ripped the Band-Aid off, and the whole world said, oh my God. And that is the intuition and power of Donald Trump's presidency, is that he's teaching the world what is wrong, and now the world is working together with respect to critical minerals to fix it, right? But there are all sorts of things that need to be fixed, one of which is a modification of industrial policy, that the United States of America should be a place where you build things, and I would encourage the UK to do the same. Granted, it can't be everything to everyone, but there are a lot of things. Same for Canada, same for all our allies.
And what happens if Europe retaliates with tariffs of its own, Mr. Lutnick?
Well, then we'll be back to a tit for tat, which is how we began, and it will end in a very positive conversation between Donald Trump and Ursula von der Leyen, which is what happened last time. So you can start with a kerfluffle, but in the end, right, the United States and Europe are great allies. The United States and the UK are great allies. These are our great allies, right? We are great allies with Canada. We are great allies. It doesn't mean you don't have an argument. It doesn't mean you don't disagree. But it doesn't change the fundamentals of the United States knows who our allies are. And if we're going to have a kerfluffle, so be it. But we know where it's going to end. It's going to end in a reasonable manner that, in our view, prior to Donald Trump taking the helm of the United States of America, the world was taking the piss out of us, right? And we were exporting the power of our economy to the rest of the world. In 1 year of change, I've just said my expectation is GDP of the United States of America is over 5% in the first quarter of 2026. That's just my opinion. But so far, in the first quarter, if you saw what I said I thought the United States would grow 4%, and the whole world said, you got to be kidding me. 4.3% in the third quarter. You're going to see plus 5% from the United States of America, the $30 trillion economy, winning. And that's good for the world.
We're out of time, but I still want to give the final word to our representatives from the private sector, because I thought this question that you asked was really quite a fundamental one. Does the Secretary's counter-narrative to the story of globalization, which he quite rightly associates and quite fairly associates with WEF, does that ring true for you? Or do you see elements that you can agree with, even if perhaps the overall story doesn't work?
He went through the pieces, the national security pieces, manufacturing job content as a percentage of all content, even though we're a very services-oriented economy. It's not that America hasn't done fine. It's a question of, do we have the pieces today that we need to be successful on the dimensions of defense, national security, dominance of what the next big arc is, which is AI and technology implementation, and the power to build that, and the power to know you have it. Rachel mentioned something earlier which did pick up, which was the supply chain precision and efficiency. We all learned a lesson in COVID. When you woke up and you didn't have personal protective equipment. The idea that all the masks for surgeons to conduct business in every hospital in the world were coming from like 2 places. And that's not a sensible way. And was it 10 cents cheaper, 15 cents cheaper, $1 cheaper? So I think the question is really job content, which is the workers. I grew up in a small town in Ohio, and so I've seen that happen. It's job content. It's also what you need to make sure you really have ownership of. And then the other stuff, this shirt, you can be more flexible on. And that's the history of the Northeast having the shirt-making industry, the Southeast having a shirt-making industry, and then offshore. But the designers and the thinking about it, making it wearable, you want that on your shore. And I think it's, but our country's been successful. There's no question. The question is, can we be successful in the next big arc? That's the question, and that's what Howard's trying to articulate. I think. I would never put words in the hammer's mouth. But I think that's what he's trying to say.
Can I give you the last word?
No, and honestly, from my perspective, I look at what our clients are coming to us on, and they want, greater collaboration across the globe on things that matter them and to impact them. And they want us to have a stronger voice to help bring that type of collaboration, to our clients to make it easier for them to do business. Brian said it earlier.
Larry Fink asked us in his opening address to kind of raise the tone of the conversation here and to be willing to engage in, if necessary, quite forthright argument. And I think our panel has squarely met that challenge. I'd like to thank everyone here for contributing, and thank you very much for the fantastic questions.
And hello, everybody. I am Ian Bremmer, president of Eurasia Group, and this is AI Power Play. I did not come up with the name for this panel. You will be very pleased to hear. We have a lot to talk about. I'm going to very briefly introduce the very distinguished panel of guests. Immediately to my left, the managing director of the International Monetary Fund, Kristalina Georgieva, Brad Smith, the president and vice chair of Microsoft, Khalid Al-Faleh, the Minister of Investment of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and last but certainly not least, Ashwini Vaishnaw, the Minister for Electronics and Information Technology of India. So a pretty good global breakdown, interests, responsibilities. We're going to try to get to a couple of questions at the end. If you have something really smart to say, as we get towards the end, try to make eye contact. We'll see what happens. So I want to start off with Kristalina. And we're going to begin with sort of the geography, the geopolitics of what's happening in AI right now. I mean, you'd think it's all about Greenland at Davos this year, but actually there's another Davos going on, which is very fast-moving and involves an incredible amount of investment. It's one of the reasons why you just upgraded the economic outlook. Talk about, from your global perspective, how is power changing around the world with AI?
Oh, definitely it is. When we look around the world and we see what is injecting resilience and strength in the world economy, AI definitely is a factor, and so is the advancement of private activity over the last decades. The state moving out of the economy, letting private business do its part. And those two things work extremely well. So we created an index of preparedness to see how well are different countries ready for AI. I would put them in three categories. Those who make it happen, those who watch it happen, and those who are saying, what the heck is happening? And actually, on a serious note, we look at four things. We look at physical infrastructure, we look at labor, skills, capabilities, we look at diffusion. AI may be happening, but if it is not changing the economy, it's not so relevant. And then we look at regulation and ethics. And then we rank countries. Not surprisingly, we have at the top a very small group of countries. Now, in the current environment, probably would be interesting to recognize that the United States, Denmark, and Singapore are the top three. And of course, China is with a very potent capabilities, but China is so big that you can't get that high in this ranking. Not surprisingly, we have many emerging market economies with comparative strength. Saudi Arabia would be one of them. Actually, India would be one of them because of the bet on IT that India is making that are in the higher spectrum. But low-income countries and a very big number of mid-size, middle-income countries are way, way behind. And they're behind on all four. So the world as a whole is already experiencing the arrival of AI. But I do worry about the accordion of opportunities that are much more present in some places than in others. And then we look at the impact on labor market. It is quite dramatic. We calculate that on average, 40% of jobs are touched by AI, either enhanced or scrapped or changed quite significantly without implications for better pay. In advanced economies, this is 60%. In low-income countries, 25, 26%. Again, accordion of impact. Now, my main message here is the following. This is a tsunami hitting the labor market. And even in the best prepared countries, I don't think we are prepared enough. And if you allow me to add one point.
It's just going to take away from your time later, Kristalina, but that's okay.
Oh, I know you. You are like an accountant. You hold this to account. And I'll give you, 2 minutes from the next one.
Okay.
So what I want to say is that we did something very interesting. We said, okay, how much are actually jobs changing, really? And what we found out that in advanced economies, in the United States, for example, you read advertisements, and 1 in 10 would have a new skill that didn't exist before, at least one new skill, maybe 2, maybe 3, maybe 4. And then these guys would get better pay. So what is the impact? The impact is they have more money in their pockets, they go to restaurants more, to movies more, so demand for low-skilled labor in services goes up. And in fact, who is squeezed? These poor guys in the middle, in the jobs that are not enhanced or imposed more. And the other category of people really, really affected young people who go for their first job.
So power is changing dramatically.
I owe you 1 minute and 26
future
seconds.
panels, I'm taking this off as well. So many issues of both power distribution inside countries, which I hope we'll get to, but first around the world. And those 3 categories that you remind everybody at the beginning, you make it, you watch it being made, or you have no idea what's being made. The countries in those categories don't necessarily always align very well. First category, we've got the US and China, very little cooperation, virtually none on this issue, arguably decoupling. Second group, a lot of movement, and as we're seeing this week, a lot of concerns about the nature of like the transatlantic relationship, how that plays out on AI and technology, very important. Brad, talk us through the implications of this.
Well, certainly you see the U.S. and China competing on 2 very important levels. One is the leading edge of innovation, who is making the best chips, who is producing the best models. But the second aspect of competition is really diffusion or adoption. As each country and the companies from each country are working to spread their technology around the world. I think it's easy to forget in a more global economy just how important the transatlantic ties are. When you have a conversation on a week like this about an island like Greenland, of course it's a national security topic, but it needs to be considered, I think, in the context of these economic ties. When it comes to AI, I think people in Europe often look at the United States and say, well, we need this or we need that, but they forget they have ASML, they have Ericsson, they have Nokia, they have SAP, they have Siemens. There is a very important tech sector in Europe already. And if you look at the ties across the Atlantic, it's easy for Americans to forget that 70% of foreign investment into the United States comes from the rest of NATO. 40% of American exports globally go to the rest of NATO. So we always need to remember the context in which these issues need to be considered.
If you think about the changes that AI is having on the geopolitical environment, Brad, would you say that that AI is doing more to bring countries together? Is it doing more to force countries apart, or is it on average kind of absent from that conversation?
I would probably say on average it remains absent, but it is going to become more important every year. And when you look at the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, when you look at India, I think you see the future. And you see the role that AI is playing there already, and you see the role that that will play, I think, in both growing their economies, but connecting their economies in new ways with the rest of the world.
So, Ashwini, incredible talent base, fastest growing major economy in the world, an AI player, but clearly in the second grouping that Kristalina is talking about, have to think about alignments with the United States or China to a degree, but how much do you have to think about that as a country like India? How much can you chart your own course irrespective of what the Americans and Chinese are doing?
Actually, clearly in the first group, and the reason for that is there are 5 layers in the AI architecture. The application layer, the model layer, the chip layer, the infra layer, and the energy layer. We are working on all the 5 layers, making very good progress in all the 5 layers. On the application layer, we will probably be the biggest supplier of services to the world. Go to an enterprise, understand the business of enterprise, understand the working of that enterprise, and provide that service using AI applications. That's going to be the biggest factor of success or successful deployment of AI, because that's where ROI comes from. ROI doesn't come from creating a very large model. 95% of the work can happen with models which are 20 billion or 50 billion parameters. We are creating a bouquet of such models. We already have. We already have a bouquet of such models which are now being deployed in multiple sectors to increase the productivity, to increase the efficiency, to increase the effective use of technology. So our focus is very much on making sure that AI diffusion happens in a very big way. And I don't know what the IMF criteria has been, but Stanford places India as 3rd in terms of AI penetration, in terms of AI preparedness, and in terms of AI talent. All the 3, actually on AI talent it is number 2. So I don't think your classification in the second bouquet is right. It's actually in the first.
So talk about in India, in an environment where the AI shifts in geopolitics are happening so quickly. Again, this was a conversation that didn't even exist at the World Economic Forum 5 years ago. And you now have radically different capabilities in different countries around the world. India has become a geopolitical player in its own right in the last 10 years. Didn't even want to play geopolitics before Modi came in. How does AI play into that capacity around the world, into what India wants to be on the global stage?
Listen, if you look at the way AI is shaping geopolitics, what can a country which has a very large model, let's say, without taking any names, can it switch off that model? Fair, switch it off. What will happen to a country like India? We have our own bouquet of models which can be used for 95% of the work that we require to do. So, does creating a large model give you a geopolitical power? I don't think so. It might actually be causing certain conditions where the people who are creating those large models might go bust in the coming years. You never know. They might go bankrupt in the coming years. The situation is, we have to understand the economics of this new, I call it 5th industrial revolution. We must see the economics of the 5th industrial revolution. The economics of this 5th industrial revolution is going to come from ROI. ROI is going to come from deploying the lowest cost solution to get the highest possible return. If you have a 50 billion parameter model, you can deploy it using 1 GPU. And if you have a 30 billion parameter model, which is absolutely good for 80% of your work, you don't even require a GPU. Where is the geopolitical thing in that? You have a large number of CPUs working in the entire world, and people are coming with custom silicon from amazing number of companies and countries where you wouldn't require to be dependent on any particular country. So that the so-called geopolitical edge that you are probably hinting at is not there.
So, given that, I mean, without naming names, Khalid, Ashwini was just talking about, you know, a lot of people that have been raising a lot of money in the United States with models that he thinks aren't going to be as effective as India's model, whatever bucket they're in. Now, you're the one that's thinking about deploying enormous amounts of assets for your country, both in Saudi Arabia and all over the world. And as you're thinking about the most revolutionary set of technologies out there, what are you looking for that's going to make you convinced that this is a winner, this is a loser, as these different countries and different companies are doing very different things?
Yeah, well, first, I think everybody agrees that AI as a general purpose technology is truly the transformation of this century and of our time. However, like transformation before, I think it will quickly be commoditized, and it's not going to be held in any one company or any one country. The race is on. Everybody wants to build the infrastructure for it, but it is I think the essence of AI's power is it has to be accessible. So the words diffusion is not just within economies that have to compete, but I believe it has to be done globally. From our perspective as an energy-producing nation, the diffusion of hydrocarbon energy that Saudi Arabia produced for 9 decades has enabled tremendous human development in countries like India, China, United States, Europe, where that energy transformed economies and people's lives. The internet did the same thing. There were a few companies, Microsoft was one of them, that had the lead, but ultimately it's coming from across the world, including emerging economies and developing nations. We are manufacturing servers for data centers today in Saudi Arabia through partnerships. So we believe that optionality is very important. We don't know who's going to be ahead 4 or 5 years from now. I think it's clear U.S. companies that have broke out of this technology race are ahead today. But the essence of Saudi Arabia's strategy towards AI, it's a huge boost for diversification. Vision 2030, launched by His Royal Highness the Crown Prince almost 10 years ago, was underpinned by diversification using new economies. So the energy transition, although it may appear to be competing with our traditional resource of hydrocarbon energy, is actually a pillar of our diversification. We're going to be 50% renewables in our electricity mix, and that renewable will power AI that is going to be a global commodity that we will work with. And just like India, we know this is not just about infrastructure, data center, and the energy competitive advantage that we believe Saudi Arabia is second to none. We're investing across the technology stack in applications and LLMs and in connectivity. Again, because we believe that this is going to be a global good. So just as important as building the data hub that Saudi Arabia is building, we need to be connected, and we are connected to Europe, Asia, countries like India, China, Japan, because we want that data and that AI power to be transmitted across border and across economies.
Now, as we think about AI as having dual-use capabilities, as the United States government is leaning more into industrial policy with other countries around the world, as the Chinese also have a lot of leverage in the investments that they make and that they accept, are you feeling any geopolitical pressure in the decisions that you make from an investment perspective into these areas?
Quite frankly, we have invested across the globe, and we have invested in Saudi Arabia with companies from East and West. U.S. is huge today because of their technology lead, as I mentioned, but we've also had investments with Chinese companies in China and digital technologies. We've invested with Japanese companies, Korean companies, across the technology sectors that we invest in. So optionality is very important. It's something we have now, and we protect because we believe that we are the owners of our own destiny, and we will not let go of that.
So if that's the broad geopolitics that we're looking at, Kristalina, you brought up at the beginning also inside countries, lots of people that are not necessarily benefiting. You're already seeing improvements in economic numbers from productivity and AI. You're already seeing that.
What we are seeing is that there are indeed jobs that get enhanced, and we also see jobs that are replaced by AI. This is happening categorically. It is hard to have a consolidated and broadly accepted definition of how we measure. The way we measure at the IMF, we have a fairly big range of impact on growth, global growth, from 0.1 to 0.8%. Let me just say that 0.8% is huge. If we get 0.8% boost on productivity, this would make global growth now higher than in the pre-pandemic period. 0.1 is kind of modest. And then the question is, how do we know where we land? And what we are doing is we are working with other researchers to try to capture productivity enhancement. And I can tell you it is not easy because, is it because of AI or is it because organizationally there are improvements that are made? I'll tell you, in my organization, the most visible places where AI is boosting productivity are two. One, translation and interpretation. We got from 200 to 50. 150 are replaced by AI. And in research analysts, there we are actually just able to do much more high quality research. In other words, it is enhancement, not a replacement. My big worry is that you go in communities where AI is not present. And there, how do people prepare for it? There is nothing happening now. And actually, we did something, I'm not going to vouch 100% this is correct, but we did a review to see countries where there is demand for AI skills, whether this demand is matched with supply of AI skills. And we found a very interesting picture. In some countries, demand is very high, supply is low. Some actually developed countries. In some countries, supply is very high. You have tons of skilled people, but the economy is not absorbing that supply. And the sad story is the countries where there is neither demand nor supply. And that risk of this massive divergence is at the country level then mirrors within countries.
So Brad, Kristalina, with this evocative accordion analogy, which is affecting not only countries but also populations, you've been on the front lines of this in the United States. You see now suddenly this raise in opposition to data centers. And people saying, oh, we're unhappy, we don't think the water, it's electricity, we're not going to see the jobs. I mean, and a lot of people expect that given the shift in skills that are necessary, given the transition, that you're going to see that America's ripe for another wave of populism. How do you think the companies, not just Microsoft, but across the board, need to get ahead of this? What do they need to do that they're not necessarily doing now?
Well, the big issue in the United States is, as you just mentioned, Ian, it really is around communities with data centers. And yeah, it's coming at a time when the number one political issue, the number one economic issue is probably affordability, the impact of inflation. So people see these large construction projects. They know that those jobs actually are good jobs, skilled labor jobs, not just people doing construction work, but it's skilled electricians, skilled pipe fitters. But they also know that once the construction is over, the number of jobs is still significant, in the hundreds, but not higher. But what they're really asking is, what does this mean for me and my family? Are we going to pay higher electricity prices? Is the water pressure in our showers going to be impacted? Who's really going to get these jobs? Is it going to be my family and my neighbors, or is it going to be somebody who moves into town from somewhere else? Those are completely legitimate questions. And I think it's incumbent on all of us in the industry in the United States to address them head on and offer the kinds of assurances that people need, that we will invest in electricity so that people's electricity rates don't increase, that we'll replenish more water in these communities than we use, that will work with the kind of training, whether it's skilled labor or IT jobs or other ongoing jobs, so that local residents can fill them. And I think as data centers spread, inevitably, people in other parts of the world will ask the same question. If people benefit, will it be us? And I think people have a right to expect their share of the benefits.
And to be fair, I want to repeat this. You would say that today a much bigger issue for the tech companies in AI is response to these concerns about data centers and affordability than concerns about job loss or job transferability in terms of right now.
In terms of the politics of 2026, for sure. I mean, the world is sort of a quilt, if you will, with different colors of fabric when you look at the construction of data centers. In the US, local communities blocked $98 billion of private sector investment in just the third quarter of last year. You come to Europe and governments want to spend taxpayer dollars to subsidize data center construction. You look at the Middle East and there's obviously a major economic strategy of creating an export, a token export or exports, if you will, out of, say, Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and the like. China probably has an ability to go faster in some ways when it comes to bringing electricity online and getting infrastructure built. You go to Africa, wow, there isn't
electricity.
We need more electricity and we need more data centers.
So, Ashwini, when you think about how AI can be used, I mean, technology, India already did an incredible job with the Aadhaar. Suddenly, you're able to bring public services to people and you're improving growth and you're improving their per capita income without actually blowing out the budget. What can AI do? How are you deploying AI to further that message? How fast are we going to see it? Where are we going to see it?
Absolutely. Every sphere of life and economy, we are focusing on diffusion of AI. And in a very systematic way. So, okay, what is the biggest constraint? The biggest constraint is availability of GPUs. How do you solve that constraint? To solve that constraint, we decided to have a public-private partnership in which we empaneled 38,000 GPUs, which are a common compute facility available to the entire population. Unlike in many rich countries where the big tech basically controls the access to GPU, we decided to create a public-private partnership in which the common compute facility is enabled by the government and subsidized by the government so that entire population, all the students, researchers, startups, they all get access to it. And the cost is practically 1/3 of the cost in most other countries. That is first. Second, having a set of free, a bouquet of models which basically meet most of your needs. Third, making sure that people understand this technology, learn this new technology. Already we are going through a program for 10 million people to be trained on AI skills. Four, making sure that the IT industry, which is a very significant industry in our country, pivots in a very systematic way towards providing services to Indian companies as well as to the global companies, using AI as a very effective enabler of efficiency, enabler, a multiplier of productivity in any operation that they do. So that's a very systematic way we are moving.
Thank you. So, Khalid, I want to ask you to look inside the country. Last time I asked you to look outside on winners and losers. The crazy thing about Saudi Arabia is that you're kind of starting from scratch, right? I mean, 10 years ago, you go to Saudi Arabia, and I mean, diversification, they'd talk to you about petrochem. And today, like, the economy is suddenly truly becoming diverse. It's healthcare and it's tourism. It's 10 years ago, you barely had women in the workplace. And today, like, it's an astonishing involvement in every part of society. So, given that, like, where are AI is kind of hitting your economy almost from scratch as a diversified, integrated society with what, 30 million people, whatever it is. How are you deploying AI with people who are looking completely differently at the world today?
Well, first of all, I would disagree with coming from scratch. You'll be surprised how tech-savvy and tech-native the Saudi population is. 70% of the Saudi population are below the age of 35, and the majority of them are as comfortable with digital technologies as any other country in the world. In terms of policy and regulation, when Vision 2030 was launched by His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, we identified technology as the key enabler, AI included, and started building the policy, the regulation, the platforms within the country, the data centers for the sovereign data sovereignty that was key for portions of the data. But in addition to data privacy, we had an open data. We talked about diffusion and access to compute, but access to data to achieve the same purpose of research, drug discovery, productivity improvement. Having a policy also of open access to data was a pillar that was launched before COVID. This is back in 2018 and 19. We have a ministry-level organization called SADAIA, the Saudi AI and Data Authority, that regulates and sets the guidelines with flexibility to allow the evolution of AI to take place and the innovation to take place. But it also protects and regulates and makes sure ethical standards. Within the UNESCO, Saudi Arabia was one of the first countries that proposed guidelines for the country on ethics in AI. Then we create a national champion, which is co-invested by the PIF, our sovereign wealth fund, and Aramco, that is investing at scale way beyond the need of Saudi Arabia and the Middle East. Because as I mentioned in my first question, we think AI is going to be a very key pillar of the global economy, and it's going to be globally traded, and therefore connectivity. And we are playing to our strengths, but we're also quickly bridging the gaps that we recognize we have. So we're developing our own LLM. SADAIA developed the first Arabic large model called Alam, and now it's owned by Humane, which is our national champion, and they're building on it. We have applications. I can tell you many use cases where over the last few years we have deployed AI applications in healthcare. It has cut the time to diagnose diabetic eye disease by 80%, and the rate of and the thousands of man hours of clinical physician hours have been saved in that case. We have our renewable energy company, Aqua Power. They have cameras on the blades of their winds that identify birds approaching from far away, and if they think they're coming near the windmill, they shut.
You got to tell President Trump about
They
that.
shut. Okay, the same company have reduced their chemicals in water desalination by 30% using AI, and the use cases are abundant. So we're not starting from scratch, going back to Kristalina. We're in your first category.
I have not declared either India or Saudi Arabia in the second category, so I stand to accept your claim.
Thank you. Everyone is in the first category. Going forward, we have participation prizes. There's no problem.
I'm not going to go that
Brad,
far.
You wanted to jump in.
I think we should, let's not talk about Saudi Arabia or India for a moment, but let's just talk about the global north as a whole and the global south as a whole. You know, the diffusion report that we released a couple of weeks ago estimated that today generative AI is used by 25% of the population in the global north, but only 14% in the global south, and the gap is getting wider.
Yeah.
So if you zoom out and you say, what does this mean for the future of the world? I put it in the context of infrastructure and the history of infrastructure. Why is the world so divided economically? Well, I'd say a large part of it is because during the entire colonial era, the colonial powers invested in building railroads in places like India and across Africa. They were important to move troops, to control territory, to extract minerals, but they never built power plants for the population. Will AI exacerbate this divide, or will it close it? It's only going to close it if we embark on building infrastructure across the global south, and we need strategies that stimulate demand, that furnish supply. India, Saudi Arabia, they're on the right track. it's hard to look at Africa as a whole and be equally optimistic. And we need to think about that as well.
So as we move into the last segment, and if any question or two, raise your hand. I will try. I see a couple. Okay, we'll try to get there. I want to talk a little bit about the governance environment. And you just mentioned, a big problem, which is, absent international governance, trying to figure out how you're going to build this infrastructure. I mean, in this environment, it's hard to say that the Americans are more committed to that than they have been the last 5, 10 years. China's been pretty inward-looking in many ways the last 5, 10 years. Those are some big challenges. This space is moving a lot faster than governance capabilities. So if you could wave your magic wand over the next few years, with most of the leaders that we presently have now, what are 1 or 2 things that you think are feasible that would actually improve governance, that would make a positive difference in addressing both the challenge that you just raised, but also some of the others that we've been talking about the last 30 minutes?
Well, the first thing I would say is look back at the skilling topic, because it's a lot cheaper for governments to invest in skilling than it is, frankly, to invest in data centers. But if you invest in skilling, you start to stimulate demand for the private sector to invest in data centers. You can skill government employees. That has proven to be a very effective strategy for kickstarting demand. You can skill data scientists. You can do that through universities. That's where you start to get people who can then build the local applications. And I just think it is a critical element that is not getting the attention it deserves.
Khalid, what is the piece of governance or regulation that if you saw it in a country around AI, you would say, this will make me materially more interested in investing in it?
In governance?
Yes.
Well, generally, I think the concern we have with AI is biases in the data sets that the models have been learning from. So as someone who's coming from Saudi Arabia and the Middle East, it's important for us to also build our own sovereign models and to make sure that unbiased data is fed and taught to the models so that they are fit for purpose for us. They need to be consistent with our values. And our value sets have to be protected because AI, as we gain all of the efficiency and productivity and competitiveness that we inevitably will gain, we also don't want to lose our value and our character. And that, I think, is an issue of global governance where we have to recognize that these models and these applications cannot be developed in one country, say Europe, US, China, whatever it is, and then assume to be relevant and applicable to every other country.
Okay, last comment before I go to a couple of questions. Ashwini, I wanted to say, I know that you, and the way you think about regulation and governance in India, are not just thinking about the laws that you're creating, but also how you use the technology to actually create and implement. I'm wondering if you could share just a moment on that with the audience.
Absolutely right. In case of technologies like AI, it's very important to have a techno-legal approach to regulation. It cannot be just a law that you pass and believe that everything will fall in place. You have to create technical tools and technologies to counter the harmful effects of, for example, bias, as Khalid said. For example, detecting deep fakes with an accuracy which can be taken to a court and be properly judicially checked. So those kind of things, you require techno-legal approach. We are following techno-legal approach, creating solutions which mitigate bias, which help in detecting deep fakes, which make sure that unlearning can be done properly before you deploy a model in an enterprise. So those kind of technologies we are developing.
Thank you. So I'm gonna try to take one question to begin. Please recognize yourself. If you can be quick, I'll try to get to 2. We'll see where we get.
So I've been asked to stand up, so I shall. I'm Pranjal Sharma. I'm a columnist from India, and I focus on the intersection of tech and policy. The key word to use is weaponization. We've seen weaponization of digital platforms and AI. We saw a case in India where a company's digital footprint was switched off within seconds. We saw 2 justices of the International Court of Justice face the same. So my question to all of you is, how critical is this threat of weaponization of digital platforms, including AI, and is that therefore driving this piece of tech and AI sovereignty beyond just the data sets and controlling data.
Brad, that feels like it's most for you.
Well, you know, every technology is both a tool and a weapon. There's a book with that title. And I think unfortunately, just as there's almost an infinite number of ways to turn AI into a tool, it can also be turned into a weapon. I would highlight two issues that I think are really paramount today. One is the use of AI to increase cyber threats. And that just is a classic case of where you need a united response from both the tech sector and governments working together. So in part, we're using AI as a cyber shield, if you will. But then the other issue, and the one you're really pointing to, is in a world where people are so dependent on technology, when governments, when countries are run on technology, is there a risk that technology gets turned off? And I think we have to continue to advance the kind of international dialogue so we have agreements between countries that will take that off the table, if you will, that will not make that part of a trade debate. If people want to apply tariffs, well, you're increasing the prices, but the goods are still available. And I think we need the kinds of steps as we've been pursuing, say, with a country like India, for example, to provide assurance of supply. And I think this also really naturally involves more local control, local laws, local suppliers, local partnerships. All of these things have become part of a complex web that are just indispensable for how this technology is used in the future.
Urgency of lack of international engagement on that last one right now, scale of 1 to 10?
Glass is half full. It's half empty. It's a 5, Ian.
It's a 5.
There's so much more that could be done.
Another question.
Namaskar. Hi. I'm Ishan Pratap Singh from the Global Shapers community, the New Delhi hub. I'm a 22-year-old entrepreneur. My question is for Mr. Smith as well. And what would be the correct analogy for the example you used about railroads and power plants in context of AI? And do you think the solution to fix that is to put universities and centers at the forefront rather than companies doing the job?
The thing that I would highlight is that what I would suggest in the 7th wave of technology driving infrastructure. Gone from canals to railroads to electricity to the telephone to highways for cars and airports for planes. Now we have AI, it requires infrastructure. I think unlike, say, airports and highways, but like the first 4, the private sector is investing globally. That is good news because that is helping to spread infrastructure around the world. But there are key shortages we need to address. Probably the most important in most countries is for people, what Kristalina was saying. India actually is providing much of the IQ that is creating IP for the world. But if you look at Africa, for every 1 data scientist, there's 14 data scientists in Europe. That is a shortage that governments and universities can help meet. I would also say then we need more capital to be deployed where the market is not building these data centers. Development banks, development assistance can play a role, but governments can help stimulate demand. When the public sector adopts AI, when countries consolidate demand by putting together, say, regional agreements to enable a data center to serve 6 countries and not 1, that will stimulate more investment. We need to get the investment moving. And I think governments are best served when they survey the market, look for the market failures, and fill in the gaps.
Last quick question, a young woman in the front.
Hello, I'm Maria from Portugal, also a global shaper. I'm an AI developer working on drug discovery. So you've mentioned the problem on entry-level jobs, but you also mentioned education. And as a follow-up question, yes, education is very important, but the people are leaving universities and they need the entry-level jobs. I don't know if any of you have some thoughts on this question of, yes, we get education, but then how can the youth actually get these entry-level jobs and what solutions can we actually bring for this?
Kristalina?
But one important thing we see is to recognize that how people are prepared has to leave space to be ready for new skills and be able to fill applications where these new skills are a requirement. In other words, learn and adapt rather than learn specific technical skills and stop there. It is not an easy problem, and this is where we are telling governments that they have to invest much more thinking into helping communities, individuals, businesses to be prepared for the world of AI, because it is here. It's no more a world of the future. And I want to say one thing about Africa. I have a very deep conviction that a way we can help Africa is if we finally fulfill one commitment that was made, that is not very expensive, $15 billion to get every African citizen, business, and state institution connected to the internet. It is a step that would help tremendously. Of course, there are issues of electricity. They also need to be resolved. But it is not unresolvable if there is will and there is this strength of helping countries not to fall so dramatically behind. In my institution, we focus a lot on Africa. We do one thing, which is digitalize all government services. It serves as an impetus to get countries moving. And actually, we strongly advocate for this issue of skills. Be very proactive. Don't allow this to come so ahead than young people are on the street and desperate.
I'm glad we ended with that. It's a good note. And please join me in thanking our panel today.